Welcome back, gamers. It's Hunted with Platinum Pursuit. Let's dive into Uncharted Legacy of Thieves. Some quick things to know. This guide will take you from the start all the way through the Platinum while avoiding spoilers, including both Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy. This guide only applies to the Legacy of Thieves collection and not the individual games on PS4, as their trophy lists are quite a bit different. There really are no missable trophies in either game, as they both come with a robust chapter select, but as usual, if you follow along with the guide, you'll have the Plat in no time. Let's go ahead and jump straight on into Uncharted 4. Alright, hello folks, welcome to Uncharted 4. We are getting ready to go. Before you skip ahead, please listen to this section as it is very important for future trophies. But the big, crucial part of this first playthrough, we are not going to be playing on Crushing, and the reason for that is that we will be doing our Crushing and Speedrun as our second playthrough, because once you finish the first playthrough of this game, you will unlock a ton of bonuses that make subsequent playthroughs extremely easy, and we're going to knock out both the Speedrun and Crushing at the same time using those bonuses. Now, there are some things we need to concern ourselves with for this initial playthrough. If you come in here to Extras, you can obviously see your treasures. Don't need to worry about that right now, but come down to Statistics, and there's a couple of things to keep track of. Very important stat to keep track of for our first playthrough is if you come down here to Gun Combat Accuracy Percentage, we have to finish playthrough number 1 with an accuracy percentage over 70%. There are some enemies in this game that you can kind of farm shots on, like the big armored guys take a lot of bullets as long as you're hitting them. And if you need to up your stats, you can always shoot at limbs and things like that instead of getting headshots. Alright, so let's go ahead and get into the game, press Story, and then hit New Game. You can pick any one that you want. We're going to play on Explorer just to make it that much easier. Alright, well here we are in Chapter 2. You are going to come into this area after you kind of wander your way through the prison. You'll come in from up over there, and then you'll climb up into this little section. There's a well right here, or I guess a hole in the ground, whatever it is. You'll want to drop in, and the first treasure of the game is sitting right here.
What have we here?
Alright, so after a little bit of climbing and swinging, you'll make your way through the window here into this room. And if you head down the stairs, you'll see there's a thing you can read. But to the right of that, in this little rubble pile right here, is the second treasure. Alright, so here we are in Chapter 2. We're in sort of the first fight of the chapter, where you're fighting in this laundry area. So what you're going to want to try to do, what you can do in this chapter, is you can farm what are called buddy takedowns. If you kind of like attack the same target as one of your comrades, you can both sort of do, there we go, right here. That's what's counted as a buddy takedown. You need 10 total. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep restarting this checkpoint over and over again until I get 10. Alright, so there we go. After, I think I restarted the encounter twice, and I got the Wingman trophy, so now we can go ahead and keep on moving forward. Alright, so here we are right at the beginning of Chapter 3. You'll be underwater in your diving suit here. If you kind of ascend a little higher, you can get a better look at the area, but directly in front of us is this log, and underneath the log, if we dive down here, is a treasure. So, very quickly after, as you're continuing forward, you'll see this kind of tree laying across the rocks. From the tree, if you dive and go into this tunnel here on the left, just sort of follow the tunnel, you will come across a treasure sitting right here on the rock on the right. So, as you keep going, you will come across this shipping container looking thing here in the bottom of the ocean. You'll want to, from the container, you'll want to turn right and sort of swim directly this way. And you can see, kind of hard to see it. It's down here on the bottom of this wall. So essentially from the container, turn 90 degrees right, and you should be able to find this treasure. Alright, here we are on the ship now. And once you get control of Nate, there's a couple things we need to do here. So first things first, we're going to do our first optional conversation. So you're going to come around the crates, and you're going to talk to the salvage worker here. You just want to make sure you hit triangle to start the conversation, and that'll count.
I'm stunned.
All right, after joking with the boys here, you can go ahead and turn around, head up on the stairs here, and come grab this trophy. Sorry, not trophy. I don't know why I said trophy. The treasure here. So after you grab the treasure, you're going to want to turn around and talk to this guy. And actually, I'll show you something. So optional conversations in this game, you have to make sure you do them. And you can't just leave the guy and come back. Like if you walk down here and then you turn around and try to go back to him, the conversation won't pop anymore and you can't talk to him again. It's not the end of the world if that happens. It just might be annoying. You'll just have to come down here, hit restart checkpoint. But then when you come up here, this will pop again and you can go ahead and talk to him.
How'd we do?
All right, here we are in chapter number 4. This little room is a walk down memory lane, or at least for us, a walk down the past couple of weeks of playing the other Uncharted games. There's a lot of cool stuff here to inspect, but what you're going to want to do for a trophy is head all the way down here, grab the little toy gun off the holster, and then you're going to get this kind of fun little game. You can grab extra ammo, but you need to hit 4 different targets. There's that one, and then you'll want to come around here. There's another target up here, and then you want to push forward, hit this guy, and the final target is right up here.
Plastic.
And you got all 4 for the trophy. Alright, so here we are in Chapter 5. We are going to get the first weapon of the game. You're actually handed one of these, but you can find another one on the ground. It's the Aegis 9mm. We are going to pick that up. We're going to grab a kill with it. We're going to keep moving forward. So you're going to keep moving forward, and eventually you'll kill one of these guards here in this room. I kind of accidentally already picked it up, but it's the MP34A. So this is the next gun. Go ahead and use that to get a kill. And now I'm actually in the exact same spot as you run across this steam vent looking thing. There's the HS-39 for you to grab, so go ahead and swap to this weapon and go ahead and kill the other guard with it. Alright, I just got my 20th headshot kill. Alright, so a little bit farther forward, you're going to be here in this encounter with the turret overhead. What you can do, if you see there's a couple of these explosive barrels, if you shoot that one in the back there, you should be able to kill the guard. Alright, here we are in Chapter 6. As soon as you start, you're going to be following Sam to this estate, and once you kind of turn the corner and see it, head to the left instead, kind of around this rock right here, and on the ground is a treasure for you. Alright, after a little bit of climbing around the outside of this building here, you're going to come to this like lemon grove, and then you'll want to head forward, turn the corner here, down in this corner, underneath the lemon tree by the window is another treasure. And then after you pick up this treasure, return to Sam. Should be standing down here. You're going to follow him a little bit.
All those years. It's the little things that you miss the most.
And then after he says that line, go ahead and talk to him.
Like what?
All right, so after you kind of rappel down here and you'll walk under that archway, he'll ask you if you've taken any pictures, and you can go ahead and talk to him again.
I wish. Elena filmed some of it, but...
All right, so after you hit a cutscene here and you're inside of the big mansion area, as soon as you spawn in, turn around and head back into the area that you kind of came in through in the cutscene. And then when you're in the room, you'll turn left here, and right on the desk is the treasure. So head back out of the room where you just were, walk down through the party a little bit, make the first right, and you'll be out here on this balcony, and then you can turn to the right around this pillar, and there's another treasure for you. And then as soon as you grab this treasure, you'll want to turn around and come over to Sam here by the railing, and you'll get another optional conversation.
What are you doing?
So a bit farther forward, you're going to wind up in this kitchen area after a little bit of a cutscene. As soon as you regain control of Nathan, you'll want to turn left and head down this area towards like that big stack of boxes next to the tables right here. And once you get into this stack of boxes, it's right here. It's kind of hard to see, but you should be able to find it, no problem. So as you keep following Sam, there's going to be this room of like guards right here that you pass by. You'll head down these stairs. And then once you sort of reach the bottom right here, go ahead and turn the corner and there's treasure on the ground. After crawling through the vents, you will come out to this little courtyard area. Sam will run off to the right, and before you follow him over there, if you head over this way, you can hop over the railing and drop down. And what you're going to want to do is run sort of around this corner here on the building. There'll be a ladder here for you to grab. You'll want to grab this, and grab this pipe and keep climbing up. And then just follow this along till you get to the other side. Then you can drop down into here. And after all that, grab the treasure sitting right here. So after you climb up this ladder, after meeting with Sam there, you're going to head this way. And before you move straight through this area, turn left across this bridge. You can climb up on this little ledge right here. And then once you get up here, you can actually look across to the right, and there's a balcony that you can reach by jumping. A bit of a jump, but you should be able to land it no problem. And then the treasure is sitting right here on the ledge. Alright, so after another cutscene, you are going to end up here under this archway when you take control of Nate again. As soon as you do, you can go ahead and move forward like you normally would. You want to drop down to this and swing across. And now once you land here, before you climb upwards, what you can do is you can drop off the cliff below. Kind of swing the camera around, and then to the right over here. And shimmy your way up. Oh, there it is, up. I thought it was on the other side of the pillar, but there we go. It's right here on this. Go ahead and grab the final treasure of the chapter. Alright, so here we are pretty early on in Chapter 7, pretty much right at the very beginning. And there's no collectibles in this chapter, but there is a decent... This is a great chapter, actually, to work on some of our miscellaneous and combat-related trophies. And the first one we can farm is the Cliffhanger trophy, which requires you to pull down 20 enemies that are when you are hanging over the ledge. You can do this with the first enemy right here, just like that. And then go ahead and hit restart checkpoint. I'm going to do it just for the sake of the guide, but you can certainly keep moving forward. But if you want to farm it, you only need to do this 20 times, really not a huge deal. Alright, there we go. After farming for just a little while, Cliffhanger is ours. Alright, and if you're farming like I am, you will get 5 stealth takedown kills, so you'll get a trophy for that as well. Alright, so as you're making your way through the chapter, you'll come across some enemies, and if you keep taking them out, eventually you'll find this Fossa R81. Go ahead and replace that. So in the next section where you like kind of push this thing to get up to the next area, if you take out the guards, you can find this MRKX45. Pick that bad boy up.
Jeez.
Pop a kill with it as well, and that's another weapon done. So, once you come into the ballroom for the first time, you're going to be in a pretty big firefight. There'll be a whole lot of enemies. There should be an enemy down here, right here, with this shotgun. He might not be in that exact position, but if you search the room, you'll find this shotgun. Alright, so other enemies in this area will drop other weapons, like this one right here. We have the XCR. Go ahead and grab that. Pop a kill. Alright, I just got my 50 headshot kills, so that is done. Okay, so this chapter is great for farming kills because when you get to this point where the limo is waiting, as long as you don't jump in the limo, you can, you know, just take out enemies as much as you want here. They'll continually respawn. It's a perfect place to get your accuracy up if you're struggling with accuracy, and a perfect place to get those 100 kills. You just have to be kind of patient and wait for the enemies to respawn. I already popped the 100 kills actually on my way here, so I'm going to show my trophy pop of that. All right, here we are in Chapter 8 now. As soon as the chapter starts, you can drop down this ledge, follow Sam a little ways, and then if you look here to the left, you can see a treasure up behind this boulder.
I'm pretty sure he'd had enough of me. I was still coming to grips with your death and with his frustration from not finding the treasure.
So after you grab this treasure, go ahead and turn around, head sort of down towards the ocean down this way.
A little hazy.
These crane explosives. Thing stealing the cross might have made our boy Rafe a little nervous.
Yeah, just a tad.
And then keep heading down. You're going to kind of come down this ledge right here, around the corner, and right here, sitting on the ground, is another treasure. A little bit further along, and you'll come across this mini camp sort of area. It'll be after the first combat encounter of the story. You'll jump down from that ledge, and then obviously you'll know where you're at. You'll see this, and then what we're going to do once we're here,
Maybe we'll get lucky and
drop
blow
down,
themselves up.
kind of hang around this right wall, come around this tree, and right here on the ground is another treasure. All right, so as you're moving your way forward, after you grab those treasures and things, you'll come across this area, and right here on the sort of green box,
Now, what are
you can open this up, and you will see the first explosive of the game. I guess other than the barrels that we used, but the first throwable explosive. So during this combat encounter, you should be able to kill an enemy with an AK-47. It kind of depends on where he spawns. Usually it's from the direction where you came into the area from. But once you grab the AK, we just need a kill. And there we go. That's another weapon done. All right. So this treasure is a little bit unique. After you use this yellow crate to get up here, we are going to head over to this little cave. And if you see, there's a couple of boxes down in there. So what we're going to do is we're going to light a stick of dynamite, throw it in there. That'll destroy the crates. And then we can sneak on into this area and grab the treasure right here on the ground. All right, so a little bit farther forward, we are going to get to a spot where you can practice and farm the vertical takedown. All you have to do is drop onto the enemy below, hit restart encounter, and you'll start again directly above them. We need 30 of these.
So what happened next? Put down the revolt.
All right, so there we go. That was all 30 done. Move on to the next thing.
So what happened next? Did he put down the revolt?
So while I was farming, we got the 30 stealth kills as well, so we don't even need to worry about that moving forward. All right, so now what we need to do is a trophy called Run the Table. And what we're going to do real quick is take out these couple of enemies. And let me pause and explain real quick. So Run the Table is a trophy for doing 4 different things in a row. You have to do it in 15 seconds. You have to get a stealth kill, a melee attack kill, a headshot, and then kill an enemy with an explosive. Again, all in 15 seconds. This place is great to do it because we have dynamite and we're already in stealth. And so after we restart the checkpoint, we're going to start here. Head up this way to that enemy there again.
You two done prepping the site? The cemetery's ready for rich boys' visit.
And here we go. Take him out. And then we got to hustle.
Have they found anything?
There's our melee kill. Oops. Pop that guy. Throw the dynamite. And you should be able to get it in good time. So, there we go. Now we can keep moving forward. So, after you're done fighting, right here on this shoreline crate, before you exit the area, is another weapon, the Barak 44. We'll need a kill with that, so go ahead and pick that up. Alright, so a little bit farther forward, after some more climbing and exploration, some combat stuff, you will make your way here where the primary thing of the area is you have to slide on these rocks. What you'll want to do is you'll want to jump over to here, climb up this, and jump across the way using this beam. Once you make this jump here, you can drop over the ledge. There's a little alcove right below you, and here is another treasure. All right, so after a bunch more climbing and things, you'll wind up here in front of the door. Before you head through the door, come to the left side. You'll climb up here. Keep going, and you'll wind up in this room. And then here on the ground in front of the statue is another treasure. All right, so after you come in through the gate that we just ignored to get the other treasure, you're going to be in the cemetery area. You're going to walk forward, and Nathan's going to make a note with his journal. This does not count as the journal entry. You still have to jump over this wall. And then right here is a couple of graves. Go ahead and grab the first journal entry of the game.
Oh, great. Good thing he has no idea what he's actually looking for.
All right, so after you find the tomb that you're looking for and you head inside,
Let's see what we got.
You'll come around this corner down the stairs. And then once you get down to the bottom of the stairs in this first room, you're going to walk over into this corner here, and on the ground is the first journal note of the game.
One of the old monks wrote this.
All right, so you're going to keep making your way through the tomb, and eventually you'll come across these three statues, the one with Jesus in the middle here. And what you're going to do is you're going to head up to it, and you'll make a note. This does not count as a collectible. This is like a story one. And then after you make the journal entry, you'll want to turn around after he puts his book away and make sure you talk to Sam.
Avery sure had a thing for St. Dismas, huh?
So after you have that conversation from the statues, you'll want to turn around and go back to the back of the room here. Turn to the right, and in this little alcove is the treasure. There we go. All right, so after you go around the other side of this wall, you activate the light puzzle, and you solve, pretty straightforward, pretty simple puzzle. You'll want to head around the other side, and you can see you've got an optional conversation, so go ahead and grab that.
Yeah, that's Lee.
And once you grab that conversation, you will also get the journal entry at the same time. So you should have two journal entries, both of the optional conversations, and we can keep going on. All right, so here we are now. After you've explored the tomb and everything, you're going to come up to this area, and you're going to be in the middle of an encounter.
Shit.
You have to make it up to this door and through the gate. I don't know why it's not letting me aim. You have to make it through this gate. And what we need to do for a trophy is we have to go through this entire encounter without being seen and without killing an enemy. It is one of the more frustrating trophies if you don't know what you're doing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you the route that most people will take through this. If you don't want to spoil it, obviously you can skip ahead to the end of the section where I'm popping the trophy. But yeah, I don't want you to spend a ton of time trying to figure this out. It is very awkward and not the easiest thing in the world. So let's go ahead and do that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and hit restart encounter to get a fresh spawn, and we'll start. All right, so from the beginning, you're going to want to make your way over here pretty much as quickly as you can so you don't get caught by that guy up there. And then you're going to make your way around this area. Just keep jumping and moving. And we're going to climb up here to these windows. Jump inside the room. And then we're going to want to quickly, again, as quickly as possible, climb up here. There are a ton of guards around the area. Like if that guy turns around, whatever, you might have some trouble. But when you get up here, you're going to want to wait for this guy to turn his back, leap across.
I can't believe you got away.
And these guards are going to start walking around. You don't want to get spotted by that guy. Just kind of work your way around here. It takes a little bit of luck to not get seen sometimes. So if you get caught, you're going to just have to retry.
All I'm saying is
But now you're going to watch these two guys. And if you've made it to this point, you're almost home free. Just got to make sure that you are patient enough. Wait for those guys to move. Drop down. And the trophy should pop as soon as you get through the gate. So it takes a little bit of luck. The guards don't spawn in the same way every single time. But if you follow the path that I took, it is by far the easiest way to get through. And there is the trophy for us. All right, so you're going to make your way farther forward. You'll come to this point where you can see the 3 crosses from earlier. After a conversation with Sully on the radio, you'll be swinging across this thing, landing on this side. There are some enemies in this area, so be careful. In fact, we're going to go ahead and take this guy out real quick. But once you make your way up here, you're going to head into this little cave area. And you're going to turn right, and there's another smaller entrance. And when you come inside, if you head around the corner to the left, keep going left, there is this treasure here on the ground. And then if you grab the treasure and immediately turn around, we have another weapon we can use, the flintlock right here. Go ahead and grab that, and we can pop a kill with this real quick. So you'll be back outside from that cave. After you take out the guards in this area, you'll be sort of towards the top, and Sam will tell you to jump up to that ladder. You're going to want to jump across this way first over to this other cave entrance. When you head inside, turn to the left, and the treasure's right here. So after a whole bunch of swinging and climbing, you're going to find yourself in front of this big stone cross. Sam kind of just helps you up from the ledge here. But before you move forward, you're going to turn back to the left, and if you look here, there's some more handholds for you to use. So drop down, start climbing down. It's a little awkward. I wouldn't recommend dropping down. You might fall all the way off. You just want to be patient and have Sam actually climb them. There we go. And then once you get to this ledge, you'll be able to turn the corner. And then at the top, there is the treasure sitting right here in the corner. All right, so you're going to keep moving forward. You'll squeeze through some pretty tight tunnels and swing and climb like you normally do. Eventually, you'll reach this part where you have to, like, drop down to the various planks of wood. And then once you make your way across, you'll head up these stairs. Turn to the left. He'll write in his journal because he wants to delay my guide, and then we'll head underneath this, and I think the treasure is it to the right? There it is, yeah, right here on the ground, so go ahead and pick that up. All right, so here we are now in Chapter 9. As soon as the chapter starts, you can head up to this skeleton and get the first journal entry.
Who do you think these guys are?
So, after you grab the journal entry, turn to the right, and there's this little cave area here. You'll make it to this bridge. And before you try to cross the bridge,
safe as the others.
head down this way,
Famous last words.
down here into this little cavern, and there's treasure on the ground. All right, so here we are at this puzzle that we are going to have to do, and there is a trophy for doing this in 10 moves or less. You can certainly feel free to try it, but spoilers ahead because I am going to go ahead and show you the solution to get this trophy. So here we are now looking at this puzzle. If you haven't guessed, we need to do 4 different things. We need to get the cross, this cross here in the center, and then we need to flank it with the white cross down to the left, the black cross down to the right, and then this bucket needs to be all the way at the very tippy top there. We need to do that in under 10 moves of the crank, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start by getting the white cross to the left of the large cross. So we're going to head over to this crank. We'll call it crank 2. Grab onto crank 2, go left, and there we go. Now we can back out of that. Now we'll want to head over to crank number 3 right here. And what we're going to do is we are going to rotate the bucket to the center with hitting the crank right twice. And now we're going to go back to crank 2, and we're going to switch the positions between the cross and the bucket. So it doesn't matter, you can do right or left. I'm just going to do right twice.
Check it out.
And now with the bucket in position, the crosses aligned how they should be. We just need to move them into the right spot. So head back over to crank 3. Hit that once to the right.
That's got to be it.
And with that done, we can go ahead, pull the switch, and pop the trophy.
So, if that was a test, what do you suppose it was testing exactly?
And with that done, before you leave the room, make sure you look to the right and grab the journal entry as well. Second one of the chapter. And then after you grab the journal entry, head out of the door. And you're going to want to turn left up this pathway, sort of up to this high-rise sort of area. And Sam will walk to the ledge.
Whoa. Watch your step.
As I live and breathe, would you look at this place?
Make sure you talk to him for the optional conversation.
We must be right under the cathedral.
So after you get that conversation, turn around, head into this little section, and look over the ledge right here. You can see there's a thing that we can hook onto. It's a bit of a big ask, but you're going to have to jump and hook at the same time. So jump off. Whoa, don't do that, Nathan. Jump off, hook. And if you turn around right here, there is a little alcove for you to swing to. There we go. And right by this skeleton is another treasure. All right, so keep moving forward. You're going to keep jumping and swinging. Eventually, you'll make your way here, and there's kind of this broken bridge thing. Sam will say something about the bridge, and you have to boost him up there. Before you do that, though, turn around, and you can come over this way right here, drop off the ledge, and you'll just want to work your way down real quick, and you can see there is the treasure waiting for you at the bottom, so go ahead and grab it. So after some more climbing and a bit of a cutscene, you'll drop down from up here. After you do drop down, you'll want to head to the right. If you go this way, that is where you need to go next. But before you do that, you're going to turn left. And there's this tiny little room right here. You'll want to crouch underneath this. And right here on the ledge is another treasure. All right, so keep moving forward. Eventually, you'll get to this point where you have to drop a crate from this ledge down here to climb up the wall. Once you do climb up the wall, before you move forward, turn right and drop down here. And then this is that broken bridge from earlier. We were right there before. And if you may have noticed it before, there's actually a treasure right down here. You probably would have seen it. You can just climb down and grab it. So now in the very next room, you'll need to look over to the right, and there's this crate for us to latch onto. And use it to climb up to this ledge. And then once you're up here, turn right, kind of hop over this barrel, and here is the treasure behind this basket. So you'll squeeze through a bit of a tight tunnel. You'll come to this place where everything's sort of falling apart. You'll need to drop down. You can fall all the way down to here, And right by this skeleton is a journal note to grab.
What's this?
All right, so here we are, a bit of the way into the combat part of Chapter 9. You are going to come to a part where you're getting fired upon by a turret. Once you take the operator out, and this guy is going to be... Okay, he's taking over the turret. You can knock him out. Go ahead and grab the turret, and you just need to get a kill with this. You got to be careful not to use too many bullets. This is a great way to lose a lot of accuracy. So just knock out one user, or one enemy, and we can keep moving forward. So after you use the turret in that room, you'll make your way through here. You'll run into the first sniper of the game, and once you take him out, he will drop his beautiful sniper. You can go ahead and pick that up. It's the Mauser LDR, and we need at least one kill with this. So go ahead. It automatically zooms, unlike the other Uncharteds, but you can also tap R3 to zoom it as well to take out one enemy at least, and mark this one off the list. All right, so you're going to keep making your way forward. You'll kind of like slide down this this little rock thing as you're running forward, and along the path you'll come across this Mettler M30. So another weapon for us to use. Pop a couple kills with it. And now pretty much immediately after, you're going to be running through this area. These are the two guys I just took out with the Mettler. You'll jump up here, and in this corner is the Pistola. So go ahead and grab that. This one you have to be pretty close. All right, here in Chapter 10, we are getting ready to go. Now this chapter has a unique collectible in it, and it's these rock cairns here. We need to knock over all 16 of them, and the first one is right here in front of us as soon as we spawn in. You can knock it over with the truck.
Let's keep an eye out for them.
So that is going to be the first one, and I will show you the location of the remaining 15. All right, so after you get that, keep following the pathway or the roadway until you hear Sully point out the ruins. We can go ahead and exit out of the vehicle. And then from there, you can go ahead and climb these stairs.
I try.
And then once you hit the top of the stairs, head around this way. We're going to climb up the wall right here. Hop up. And the treasure is sitting right here for us. So from the ruins, you're going to keep following the roadway. You'll kind of drop down this rock.
So with our luck, what are the odds this volcano is going to erupt?
Keep following the road.
Zero.
And you can see right here, it's another cairn for us to smash. And then from the cairn, we can head down to this river sort of area. And we're going to want to follow the river sort of upstream along the left side. Once we get here, we can go ahead and hop out. And then we're going to make our way across the river into this sort of cave structure behind the waterfall.
Would you look at that?
Once you're in the cave, you'll head forward, and there'll be a offshoot sort of cave over here. You can see we can pull this down, so we're going to do that. And with this now pulled down, we can move it over to here for us to go ahead and climb up. And on top of the barrel, whoa, is a treasure. After you grab that, turn to the left, and there is a journal note for us. All right, make it back to the Jeep. We'll turn around and follow the river. So if you keep following the river, eventually you'll come to this sort of rickety bridge. And then as you pass under the bridge, stay to the right here.
Is what you would call rickety.
And on this rock is another cairn.
Well, so much for that rock pile.
So from this cairn, we're going to turn right.
Sorry.
And we're going to head up this sort of slope-looking
This
thing.
looks promising. Come on,
Give it
come
some
on, baby.
gas.
Let's go, 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 go. Made it.
And eventually you'll be up here before the bridge. Go ahead and knock this one over as well.
Okay, kid.
And then after you make it across the bridge, you can drive up here and smash that one.
Rock pile. Sorry, Sam, right.
And then we're going to keep moving forward. We'll eventually kind of hit that river up ahead. And now here at the river, we're going to cross to the left. And we'll
Look,
drive up
tire tracks. Someone came up this way.
this way. Don't hit the monkeys. And smash this cairn here. Then from here, we're going to keep following the river sort of upstream.
Hey, Victor, for the suspension. I got it.
Hey, it's important. Going off-road.
And then you're going to take this kind of hard right turn up on this rock. And once you reach the top here, make sure you don't forget this one. Smash this cairn here. So after a little bit of driving, you'll make your way up to this ruin. We'll go ahead and jump out
Go
now.
check out that tower.
I'll come with.
Then after you jump out, just head up the stairs.
It's in pretty good shape for something several hundred years old.
Yeah.
We'll want to climb up
Ruins from
into
Avery's
the
era.
main room over here. Right here on the ground, we'll get our first journal entry of the chapter.
Sam, look.
That's Christopher Condon's sigil.
After you grab the journal entry, there'll be these wooden beams that we can climb. Go ahead and do that. We'll get up to the second floor. And right here on the crate is another treasure. So once you get the vehicle up the hill, you'll have this pretty awesome view as we get ready to continue on. Once you drop down here, you're going to want to just follow this pathway over to this mud area. Kind of follow the mud downhill. And then as you're heading down, make sure you grab this cairn as well.
Someone worked very hard to stack those rocks.
And then pretty much immediately after you smash that one, head to this ruin right here. You can see treasures right there on this crate. Go ahead and grab it.
Happy hunting.
Hop
guys
back
didn't
in
talk
the
about me
truck,
while I was gone,
and we'll
did you?
keep going. Keep following the road, and you'll eventually come to this little drop down. Keep going, and you can see as the road sort of curves around here, we can stop in the middle, and right here on this ledge is another one of these.
Hey, knocking these over isn't bad luck, is it?
After you knock that one down, you can back up
Ow, hey.
and kind of make your way up to this little alcove-looking thing. You can hop out, jump up inside,
I'll be right back.
You got something, kid?
and right here on the left is another treasure. So here we are at the second tower. You're going to come in here and you'll kind of drive down from here. You'll see a whole bunch of mercenaries and stuff at this place. Right up here, I accidentally grabbed them already, but if you make your way up these stairs and you jump across, sitting on this crate is going to be some grenades. So we do need to get at least a kill with a grenade. So what we're going to do is there should be an enemy. I hear one over there. You can go ahead and just chuck this bad boy right down into him. And there we go. That is a grenade kill. Actually, just while I was showing off the grenade, I actually just found this as well. The replica. It's another pistol. You can hear this guard down here is using one, it sounds like. We're going to go ahead and take him out. There we go. That one is done as well. Now, after you take out the mercenaries, if you search some of their bodies, one of them should have an FAL. You can go ahead and pick this up and grab a kill with this weapon as well.
Okay.
All right, with the area cleared of enemies, you can hop down here. You'll be sort of by this well, and if you look right here at the door, there is
Nadine hasn't
a
given
couple
up
of
on
sticks of
excavation
dynamite.
by explosions.
And then once you find those, if you just follow the trail of the red wire back, you can find its plunger. And this plunger will blow open the door, which you can then use to come in here and get a journal entry.
Look, another sigil.
So now, after you take out the enemies here, we can drive the truck up into the area and sort of cross this bridge. Alright, so after some creative winching to create a nice little ramp for ourselves, we're going to head up to the left. Going to make another drop off here and keep following the road.
Sully, just how well do you know Nadine?
Why?
I was thinking maybe you can contact
Turn to
her.
the right.
Get her to call off her goons.
And right here is another cairn.
What if we promise her a bigger cut than Rafe?
So after smashing this one, instead of following the path straight this way, you can sort of hang a left turn over to this little ruined structure, jump out,
I'm gonna hop out
and
for a
back
look.
here you can climb up into this area. Oh, you don't even need to go all the way up. It's right here on the ledge. Go ahead and grab the treasure. So after you grab that treasure, head back to the pathway forward. You'll make your way down.
Here we go.
And then directly in front of you after that jump is another cairn.
Hey man, what's with the wheel?
After you knock that down, you're going to head leftwards, and there is this little building right here that we're going to park next
Hey, you
to.
think that old building's worth checking out?
So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure you line up the Jeep here with this handhold, and then you're going to climb up onto it,
Maybe use the car.
jump,
Just a suggestion.
and then when you're up here, make sure you kind of stand back from it, but what you're going to want to do is shoot those barrels. That'll open up this little passage, and then you can, you can go ahead and drop on down in. Turn the corner. There's a flintlock on the table if you need that still. And right here is another treasure. And now, after you grab that, we are right here back at the start of the area again, where we dropped in. You're going to want to head to the right this time and kind of stick towards this rock wall.
Sorry.
Eventually, you'll make it to this little ruined area, so go ahead and jump out.
Well. Get it? You know, because it's a well.
And then we're going to drop down into the well. There's some handholds here that we can use. Fall down inside. And then once you drop into this big open area, turn to the right, kind of head around the pathway. As you're following it, right here on the ground is a note. So the next bit is a little involved. From here, if you head up this way, you can see there's a treasure up there for us to grab, but we can't do it. We need the winch. So what we're going to do is we're going to head all the way back to the Jeep and grab that winch cable. And then once you cross to the other side with winch in hand, climb up this ledge, wrap her around.
Hey, Sully, throw the car in reverse.
As you can see, it pulls that down nicely. Makes us a nice little path. We can go back and forth, but more importantly, jump over to these beams up to here and grab the treasure.
Okay, what do we have here?
Okay, so because this place is pretty large, I recommend you just kind of follow me pretty carefully here. So from the well, we have a bit of a ways to drive to get to the next cairn. We're going to turn and head up sort of this outcropping of rock. You're just going to want to keep driving. You can head up this way.
Shit!
Kind of make it up the hill and around this rock here. Now we're going to want to cut pretty hard left and get back towards the road. And now once we kind of meet up with the road, we're going to just follow it all the way up. And right there you can see sort of on this rock is another one of those. All right, so after we smash that cairn, you're going to kind of look up the hill here. You can see it almost looks like there's an entranceway up there. That's where we're headed next. So we are going to swing around this way.
Go slow.
Up here to the left. And then through here, there's going to be some enemies to take out, so got to clear those out. Okay, with enemies taken out, you'll have free reign of the area. And right here on this crate is another plunger. You can see the plunger goes right to that door. Go ahead and blow that open.
Let's see what's in there.
And with the door open, and around to the right, all the way back inside is another treasure. So after you grab the treasure, we're going to make our way back out the same way that we just came in. So when you head out, you're going to want to go down this path. We're going to do sort of like a U-turn right here, sort of back to where we were. If we head right up along this pathway, climb the rocks right here essentially, and now you're going to have to make a pretty sharp turn, a U-turn right here. That'll get you up and over into this path. Keep going. You'll see these ruins. And before you hop out, make sure you knock this over. With that done, hop out and jump over the wall. And to the left is a treasure.
Back something nice.
So after this treasure is grabbed, you can actually take a look at where we're heading next. If you come back over here, you can see this column of smoke. And then right down here looks like a little tunnel area. We're going to head right up into that. So, all right, so we made it down the mountain. Now we're just going to follow the path back through this way and just kind of follow the road. And there it is. That's our little cave that we're looking for. Head on up and through.
Buckle up, everybody.
And then there will be some more enemies to take out, so go ahead and do that. So after the fighting is done, you can head over to these ruins, and then right here there's like this wooden box over top of a well or whatever that is, and there will be some explosive barrels. Pop the barrels.
Hey, look. Anything in that pit?
Then you can drop down. And in here is another treasure. And then after you explore that and you grab the treasure down in there, you can hop back out. And if you jump up onto this truck right here, there's another new weapon for us to use, the China Lake GL. Go grab that, and we can get a kill or two with this bad boy. Back now in the Jeep, we can move forward.
Oh, hey, Nathan, maybe you want to ease up?
Through this tunnel system, or not system, but just through the tunnel. This will bring us right back out to the main road.
Check this out.
All right, so from the exit of the tunnel, after you pass through it, you're just going to want to follow this path up. And right here, instead of going left, we're going to take this upwards through this little like ravine-looking thing. Keep going. You'll see another stone entryway. And directly in front of us, you can see there's a cairn right here. Make sure you smash that one. And now we're going to head through this entryway, and there'll be another drop down up here.
Buckle up, everybody.
Once we drop down, be careful not to slide off the cliff. You're going to turn the corner.
What is it?
Right up here to the left is another one of the cairns. We can just do that. That is the penultimate one. We've got one more to go, but there we go. That one is done. And after we are done knocking that bad boy over, we can head up to this tower real quick. Hop on out. And we can grab another journal entry. And you have to do it from down here for some reason. So grab the journal entry from down here.
Cool.
Now, after he's done drawing that, now you're going to want to walk up.
Shit, you can
They're going
probably
to start
see all
talking
of
to
King's
each
Bay
other.
from up here.
Yeah. Hey, look. There's the city.
And there's the river valley.
And then make sure you get this conversation.
I'll let you look at this.
Quite the view.
And then after you talk to Sam, you can turn right around, and Sully will be there to talk to as well for the other.
So, how are you doing?
Now, with those conversations done, we can actually go ahead and climb the tower. Gonna have to come all the way around here, jump up. And there's a treasure sitting right up here. With everything collected here, jump back in the vehicle. We're going to make our way around through this sort of ravine in the mud here.
Hey guys,
We're going to
there's
come
another
up to
tower just
this
over the hill.
tower.
See any shoreline mercs?
Can't tell.
There's no enemies in this area, fortunately, so we can go ahead and just hop out once we park here.
Little out of place. But you don't put up a drawbridge unless you're trying to protect something.
Such as pirate treasure?
Maybe.
Climb up. As you can see, there's another symbol on the ground, the final journal entry of the chapter.
Another sigil.
So, do you recognize this one?
All right, with the drawbridge lowered, we can finally go ahead and move forward. You'll want to cross, head up this way, up the hill, and then we're going to work our way up. Follow the path if you want. Got to turn to the right, keep going. As you can see, the final cairn, it should pop us a trophy as soon as we run over it, is right here. Knock that off, grab the trophy,
Not to nitpick,
and we
but
can keep
Avery
going.
spent all that money on towers.
All right, so we're going to make our way to Avery's tower. We'll have to leave the trusty Jeep behind and climb up on the stairs. You get this kind of cinematic shot as you climb. Once we make our way to the top, we'll turn to the left up here. Head back this way, and there's treasure sitting on this crate. All right, so if you keep moving forward, you'll eventually reach this gate, which you have to open using this. After it's opened, Sam will kind of like run ahead and go down the stairs. Before you follow him, if you head left around this column right here, sort of behind this crate, is another treasure. Now, once you've gotten this treasure, we can get the last collectible of this lengthy chapter. Before, again, you head down this way, from here, you're going to want to look across the room. You see these 3 crates? You can shoot them, or what I prefer to do is use a grenade, or you can grab one of the black powder kegs from over there if you need one. You can chuck it. It'll destroy the crates, and on the ground is a treasure. All right, so we are here. I'm just going to pause real quick. We are here in at the end of Chapter 10. This is the Avery's Tower encounter. And you can see these big, heavily armored guys have spawned. We have a trophy to melee 5 of them to death. And if you see, like, if you walk up to them and you just punch them, you'll always sort of bounce off. It even says they have to be attacked can't be attacked while wearing helmets. So you can do some tests if you want, but the easiest way to do that is to do essentially like a stealth punch to them from elevation, which is why this is like the best place to do this. So if you jump and you hold square and X at the same time, you'll knock off their helmet like this. And then all you got to do is take them out with melee. So again, we'll come up here, square and X, knock off the helmet, punch, and he's done. And then we can restart the encounter. We need 5 of these kills. Might as well farm them while we're here. All right, there we go. That's 5 easy kills. Go ahead and keep restarting if you want to farm up that accuracy, but otherwise we can keep going. All right, here we are in Chapter 11. Right off the jump, you'll want to head forward and down the stairs into this market area. Then you're going to want to push through everyone, turn left, kind of do a U-turn, and you'll be over here. Follow this pathway down the stairs. And then around here by these boxes is another treasure. So now, after you've gotten that treasure, exit out of that area that you were in. We're going to head over to the right. Back across the street here. Now you're going to make your way up. You'll see this kind of like butcher stand right here. And before you do that, you're going to head to the right. And over here, you can interact with this guy.
This is something.
You're going to have to just keep interacting with this guy over and over.
300.
Nate, really?
Done.
You see that? That's how you haggle.
You say so.
And after you haggle enough, you will get the treasure. So after you haggle for the treasure, you're going to turn from this counter, and we need to go buy an apple to set ourselves up for a trophy. So you're going to come from where we just were, kind of head around this corner over here, and these couple of women are selling apples. And there we go. Once we've gotten the apple, we can go ahead and exit the market following Sully, and right here is a man with a lemur. We're going to walk up to him, interact.
Hey there, little guy.
And then after you've interacted, you'll just kind of walk away a little bit. The lemur will chase after you
Hey, Sully.
and steal your apple.
He stole my apple.
Can't trust anyone these days.
And now after that lemur interaction, all you have to do is walk up to Sully and trigger the conversation.
After this is over and done with, I'm going to get a dog.
Hey, we come out.
And I guess I should just explain, in case you kind of jump to this point in the guide, you can only get that conversation that we just had if you interact with the lemur. You don't have to have the apple, but you'll interact with the lemur. He'll like run up to you if you don't have the apple and run away, and then you walk up to Sully, and that'll trigger the conversation. So after you make your way through the markets, you're going to sneak into the tower that we're working towards, and you'll see this symbol on the ground. Before you interact with it, you can go ahead over to this small little room across the way, and right here is another treasure. All right, so you're going to do a bell puzzle, and after a ton of climbing, you'll make your way up to this large main bell. Now, before you ring the bell, make sure you do not ring this bell yet. We have a couple of things to do. First thing, you want to turn here and up this way. We can start climbing. Now, once you reach the top, I believe the treasure can actually spawn on either side of this beam for some reason. Either way, check both sides. If it's not over here, there it is on this side. If it's not on this side, check that side. You should be able to find the treasure. Now, no matter which side you got the treasure on, we are still not done with climbing. You can come back over here and see that we can scramble up the tower even further. You're going to keep going up and up. Eventually, you'll reach the top. Climb up here for like an Assassin's Creed-esque sort of view. You'll pop the trophy and get a pretty fantastic view of the surrounding area in the process. So, all right. So once Sully gives you his phone here while you're solving the puzzle, you actually get 2 chances at this. So if you don't do it the first time, don't fret. But for a trophy, instead of taking a picture of the things,
Say cheese.
take a picture of Sully.
Come on, say cheese.
Cheese.
There we go. And we can keep on moving on. Alright, so after all of the puzzle solving is done, you'll have a pretty lengthy cutscene, and then you'll be up here. Before you exit the room, kind of just run around the outside edge, and back this way is a treasure here on the ground. Alright, this next trophy can be a little bit finicky, so I'm going to kind of give you the lead up into it so you know what to do. Make sure we're going to go out this door up here after solving all the puzzles and everything. Make sure you do not skip the cutscene, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Make sure you watch the entire cutscene. If you skip it, you will not be able to get the trophy.
Okay.
And while the cutscene is happening, you can pretty much put your controller down. Just literally do not touch anything, because again, it is very finicky. I would recommend not even moving the camera.
It's definitely.
So we're gonna watch this cutscene.
Come on. This way.
My controller is completely separated from my body. And we are gonna sit here and wait. Again, do not move anything. Just wait. Very enthralling trophy. After about roughly 30 seconds, we should have a new trophy to our name here. And there it is. Don't know why this is a thing. Yeah, anyway. As long as you did what I did, you just don't touch a thing, you'll have it, and we can keep going.
Like a maze here. Well, just keep heading down. Sand towers at the bottom of this hill. Keep going down.
Okay, well, that's not good. Alright, here we are at the start of Chapter 12. We have a couple of things we need to do, and this area is kind of open, so what we're going to do first, there's two trophies we need to get. The first one's much easier than the second. So, from the start, if you turn to the left side here, you can kind of go around this sandbar. And if you look, there's an island, hard to see right there, there's an island kind of right where my camera's heading that has a mast of a ship kind of sticking out of it. So you're going to get a little bit closer to this island. And if you look...
Over there, it's a ship. Oh, what's left of one.
There's this little bay area that you can kind of pull into. And this is what you're going to do. Now, you're going to get out and jump in the water. And if you just hang out here for a second, you'll pop the trophy for Marco Polo Returns. And now we're going to get the other trophy before we do anything else here, just because it is a little awkward. So we're going to get back in the boat. I don't know why we're getting blocked by Sam. We're going to get back into the boat. And now what we have to do is we have to get 3 dolphins to follow our ship. And the way we do that is a little luck-based. You kind of just have to drive around and hope you find some dolphins. Now, the key to this trophy is to make sure that you kind of stay at speed at all times. And you sort of stay away from the shoreline. And Sam will make a comment once you pick up your first dolphin like he just did there. And now, again, you're just going to kind of make big circles. There's a dolphin over this way that just spawned. And this is where it's going to get pretty RNG-based. So one of the important things about the dolphins as well, by the way, is I made the mistake of going too close to the shore. And when that happens, the dolphins will sort of break off from your boat. So if you see that happen, you're going to have to go back to the spots.
3 dolphins. You know what that means?
But there we go. I guess while I was explaining it, I must have run over another dolphin. Again, this is a very random trophy. You'll get it eventually. Okay, so with that trophy earned, what I would recommend you do is you head back to the main menu, come in here, go to story, and then hit chapter select and go back to at sea so you get that spawn again. So the first place we're going to head is to this big rock right here. It's pretty much straight on when you spawn.
The story ends, right?
So once you reach this little cove,
In the end, it was all worth it.
go ahead and park the boat and exit out. Then we can jump out of the boat, head onto the island, and there's this little grave right here, little cross that we're heading
So
towards.
let's check this out.
Sounds good to me.
This is going to be the first of 6 journal entries in this area, so go ahead and do that.
What this guy's story was.
Huh? Dead men tell.
And then once you have gotten this journal entry, if you turn to the right, there's this little alcove over here, a little cave area. Head over this way, and then on the crates right here is the first of 2 notes.
What you got there?
Okay, now that we're back at the ship,
Shirt on.
we are going to head back to that island that we got the Marco Polo trophy at. So you're just going to kind of hang a right around the island here.
We're finally on the verge of something really great, and I'm excited and terrified all at once. You have any idea what I'm talking about?
I do.
So this palm tree
Nathan?
right at the
Over
front
there
of the
with the
island.
Oh,
We're going to
it's
park.
left of one.
Go ahead and get out. If you push on into the area, right here in this book, or in this
Oh, what's this?
bag here is another note. All right, so back at the boat, we're just gonna hang around the island here, just to make it a little easier later, so we're not walking across the whole island multiple times. We'll park right here just to make it a little bit easier. We can get out, and then as you're approaching the mast, you should get a prompt. Ah, he's taking the vehicle. Should get a prompt to get another journal entry. And now after you do that, we'll go ahead and jump into the water. And if you press circle, you can dive down into the ship. What we want to do is we want to head into this little room right here. And right on the ground in between in this coral is another treasure. After you grab the treasure, head back to the ship. And exit out of this little alcove. And now what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to hang around this area, and if you sort of turn left this way, there's kind of hard to see as we're heading towards it, but if you go around this beach, there's another little alcove with another beach on it. So we're going to want to pull right on in here and park the ship. Jump out. And then we are going to head along the right wall here.
And more socks. Always forget the socks.
Wet socks will keep you cool. Come on.
Keep following the wall, keep following the wall. And eventually you will reach this barrel with the treasure on it. Or in it, rather. Alright, back in the ship. We'll go ahead and exit out of this cove. Now we're going to follow around to the right. You're going to see these couple of archways. Now what you're going to want to do is head through this first one. And you can see there's actually a little cliff right here. We're going to try to pull in as close as we possibly can to it. Exit out. And you can actually, if Sam stops blocking us, can use the roof of the ship to jump across over to here. And there's a little bit of, so a couple of handholds for us to climb. So we can scramble our way on up. And there's a wonderful little treasure sitting here as our reward. Okay, back at the boat, we're going to keep our circle around the island going. And you can see sort of like the peak of a tower right up there. That's what our next objective is. So we are going to head on over to this, park our boat here at the island, and head over to the tower.
Well, that definitely qualifies as man-made.
So after you do the story stuff with the tower up here, that's where our boat is. We're going to head to the opposite side beach that's right over here. So I'll meet you down over that way. All right, so there's the beach in front of us. You can actually slide down this muddy section here. And at the bottom of the slide, turn right. And there is this skeleton that's tied up right here. Approach it, and you'll get another journal entry.
Whoa, it's the crazy guy from Burns' crew. He just left me.
So, after the journal entry is grabbed, look to the right. There's this big boulder. And right underneath the boulder is another treasure. And now from the boulder, you can turn around. There'll be another one of those big circular arrow markers. From here, you can make a right. Follow the beach. And there'll be a little bit of a cave for us to look at. And inside the cave, once you can see, you can look to the right in this little corner, and there is a treasure. Once you're in the boat, we're going to want to put the island on our right-hand side here. So the beach, kind of turn left, and then keep the island to the right as we circle around it real quick. And as we do that, you're going to see this tiny, tiny little beach right here. You don't have to park directly on it, but close enough. Let's go ahead and jump on over to this. And then walk back into this area. And sitting right here is another treasure. Okay, so now that we've gotten that treasure, you can head back to the boat and follow those arrow markers for the story, and we can pick it up from there. All right, so you're going to find this cool little area, and as soon as you walk into it,
wow, Avery wasn't much for subtlety or understanding.
keep walking forward.
Well, he had the money. If you got it, flown it, right? So, does this qualify as the most elaborate place we've seen yet?
It's up there.
Drop down, and then head over to this little tunnel, and inside of the tunnel is another treasure. All right, so you're going to keep moving forward, and eventually you're going to come across this bridge where Sam will walk across. The bridge kind of snaps.
Hey, you still there?
And then you're able to climb up using this bridge. So climb up to the top.
Let's see here.
Once you get up here, you can kind of follow this around. Jump across over to here. And then if you keep heading to the right, there is this little tunnel. And here is another treasure. All right, so once you get across to the other side here, you can kind of ignore what you're supposed to do real quick and just head up to this cliff, kind of follow Sam up. Keep going, keep going. Just kind of this a little finicky. There he goes. Now he'll run up to the edge, and you can talk to him.
You didn't hear me?
When?
Back there. I called out.
All right, after some more climbing and swinging, you're going to make your way up to this watchtower. Before we head inside, well, actually, we are going to head inside. You can just kind of circle around, come in here, and then to the left is the treasure. All right, so you're going to make your way to the top of the tower, and you'll be able to throw your rope here. Now, be careful because there's a sliding area down here, but we don't want to slide down it yet. What I would recommend you do is to just kind of jump carefully over to here. Once you land, you can turn left, And right along this wall is another little alcove area. And here on the ground is the treasure. Okay, so from this treasure, we'll go ahead and slide down the mud.
Right behind you.
So after the slide, instead of going straight, you can actually turn left, and there's a little pathway right here to take. On running forward, and there's these handholds. We're going to have to climb this wall real quick. All right, so now once we're up here, you saw the camera kind of hint to it. There is a thing we can do over there. Now, we have to run, jump, and grapple across. So, jump, get ready, throw your grapple, and land here. And then on the other side of this bowl is another treasure. All right, so after you grab that treasure, head back to the bottom of the mudslide. And again, instead of going forward, you can turn to the right. And there's this little wall right here we can climb over. Now we can sneak our way down this way. And once you reach the bottom, if you turn your camera to look, there is these couple of statues right here, and you'll get another journal entry. All right, so once you've gotten that entry, we are going to jump across to that spear. So get ready, jump, throw your grapple. You're going to want to kind of turn. You'll see another spear. You're going to have to do pretty much the same thing. Let go, throw your spear. And if you climb up to the base of this statue, kind of need to swing.
All right.
And then you can jump and grab the treasure. Okay, after you've done that, go ahead and rappel down from here. And if you face the statue that we just dropped down from, you can head into this room here on the right.
Piece of cake.
There's a ton of cool stuff in here, but first what we're going to want to do is walk up to this town model and go ahead and use the journal entry.
Check out this diorama.
All right, so we need to make sure we interact with everything possible in this room before we leave. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. There's this right here.
Look.
Hey.
Of course, we already interacted with the model. Let's interact with this thing.
It's really well made.
Once that's done, keep making your way around the room. Here's another
Blueprints. Well,
blueprint.
brown prints.
Hit this one,
Sam, check it out.
and then just the other two
Avery and 2 holding court over there.
carvings on the walls.
They're writing their code of conduct.
Pirate Bill of Rights.
And then the last one is right here. Make sure you get this as well.
It's Avery's ship.
All right, so then from this room, you're going to exit out and go around into this room now. Make sure you interact with these provisions here on the
Lots of supplies
table.
in here. Tools, seeds.
Provisions probably past their sell-by date. So what the hell was this place?
And then after that, you'll be able to talk to Sam for the optional conversation.
Staging ground of some kind.
Oh my God, it's where they...
And then from this convo, we can head through this archway, kind of make your way around the rocks. Yeah, we can't go through there, but you can jump into the pool, swim over to the right, head up this way, and sitting right here is another treasure. All right, so as we're following the story, eventually you will see this Avery statue appear after, again, following the story path. The final collectible in this chapter is while we're heading up
He's
to
got a
it.
spyglass.
Gonna reach up here, look all the way up, and grab the last journal entry.
Let me
All right, here we are in Chapter 13, and I have to do a little explaining on what you need to do. So we're going to have the guide like normal through the next couple of sections, but there is a trophy. It's called Peaceful Resolution, and it starts right now. You have to get from Chapter 13, where we're at, all the way through Chapter 15 without killing a single enemy. And if you're playing on PS5 like I am, that also kind of includes not being seen out of stealth, because for some reason the trophy's a little bit buggy, where if you are seen out of stealth, it might not pop at the end. If sand kills an enemy, it might not pop at the end. So you're just better off sneaking your way through the entire section. Don't be seen. Don't kill any enemies. And if you need to, don't forget that you can come down here and restart checkpoint, but you can also restart an entire encounter. And as long as you aren't, if you are seen and then you restart the encounter, it's okay. You don't have to restart the whole chapter all the way back at Chapter 13 again. So I'm not going to walk you through this one because it is quite long, and there's really not that many encounters. It shouldn't be that hard. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on. There's some treasure and stuff to collect here in Chapter 13. All right, so here we are now moving forward in Chapter 13. You'll make your way to this big waterfall-looking area. You'll kind of meander up here from down that way. Once you get up here, you can go ahead and jump hard across here. Now, once you're over here, you can start heading along the handholds. And if you just head straight to the right, you don't climb up. You can just sort of utilize these handholds all the way around. Keep going, keep going. We're going to settle in right here, and if you look, there's actually a treasure right below this area. I'm trying to give you a good, decent picture of it, but yeah, so keep heading to the right, and then you'll find this treasure in here. After you grab it, you can put yourself up. All right, so once you get all the way to the top, there'll be a little cutscene that plays of Nate pulling himself up to the cliff. And then you'll have this thing that you can hook onto, so go ahead and do that.
That should hold.
What we're going to do is we are going to rappel down and find this little cave right here. Kind of have to swing your way across, jump, and then you should be able to drop down right onto it. And you're just going to want to run along here, stick to the left. And behind these couple of boulders is another treasure.
Where to now?
All right, so from this treasure, turn around, and we're going to head up to this sort of central rock-looking thing where we'll be able to climb on up. To make your jump across, climb to the top. And if you just continue straight on here, you can see you can make a jump over to this way, this rock. And then straight ahead again is this skeleton for the first journal entry.
That's not reassuring.
All right, so from there, that's where we just were. You're going to make your way up to here. And then once you get up here, just follow the river along. And here on this crate in the corner is another treasure. All right, once you make it out of the river, you'll be in this sort of lush-looking area. And as soon as you exit, there's the river, by the way, right down here. You'll just jump up here. As soon as you exit, head up here to the left, and there is a note here on the ground for you.
Bad luck, huh?
And then right from this note, if you turn around and look upwards, there is a skeleton right above you for the second journal entry.
Oh, hey. Seen anyone come by here?
All right, so you're going to make your way up to here. This is the first big encounter zone that you have to work your way through. I just made it through without anybody seeing me. Definitely possible. You have to get a little lucky and make sure you restart checkpoints if you get seen. But eventually you're going to find yourself up here. You're just going to want to swing across over this way. And then you're just going to follow the pathway for a little while here.
Think I lost him.
Keep following the path until you come to this ledge. And up here is the final note of the chapter.
Oh, what's this?
Then, after you have gotten that note, climb up this ledge. Back in here, turn left. See the treasure all the way back in this corner. Okay, so a little ways further in, you're going to find yourself crawling through this tunnel area. You'll come through this thing. You have to press triangle to get underneath of it. Once you slide underneath, what you're going to want to do is come over here to the right, and we're going to follow this pathway for just a moment. Down in here. Keep going, and then look to the right, and you'll see a little area you can drop down into. And once you're in here, you're going to want to turn to the right. Drop down in this area. Sneak down under here. You can see the treasure on the other side. Just gotta head around this wall. Turn the corner. Treasure is right here. Alright, in Chapter 14, right at the very start, before you drop down, turn around. You can climb up in here. Cross this way. And there is the treasure inside of this little wheelbarrow. And then after you grab that treasure, just drop on down, and you'll be able to start conversation number 1 with Sam.
If only Alcazar saw it that way.
You just can't.
All right, so once you drop down into the area after that conversation, you're going to want to come around this way. And if you head into this little, like, tavern up here, you can see there's a conversation we can trigger.
Local watering hole.
Got to get up to the top of the thing, come over here to the chair, and press triangle. All right, so after that conversation, you're going to head back out of this area. There's a building here with a an anvil sign right out in front. Head inside to the left. There is this sword here on the counter. Go ahead and interact with it.
Making some cutlasses here.
After you interact with the cutlass, just want to make sure you follow Sam.
You suppose they traded with other colonies?
They'll turn around and ask you this, and you can do the next conversation.
If they did, they didn't do it on this island. Otherwise.
All right, after that conversation's done, you can actually climb up to the second floor using the workbench. And then you want to head to the right, into this little room on the left, and there is the first note of the chapter on the table.
This letter's still legible.
All right, with that building cleared, we can exit back out to the street. If you look up, there is a horse symbol on this big building, so I'm just assuming that this is some kind of stable. You're going to walk in and see some skeletons of some horses and get a journal entry.
Huh. Horse bones.
And then after you're done drawing in the book, pretty much immediately you want to make sure you follow Sam, and you'll get the next conversation.
What do you mean?
You know, all good things must come to an end, right?
All right, now that we're done in the stables, if you head back outside and you turn to the left, you'll come up to this board, the signboard. You can go ahead and get another journal entry.
Hey, Sam, check it out.
So from the pirate rules, turn to the right, and you can head this way. Coming around.
The whole point of this place was not having rules. Imagine this
Turn
place
left.
taking a payday.
And then head into this room behind counter area and grab the treasure. And with that done, head back out to the outside of the building. There will be some stairs here to the left. Head down the stairs. Head to the statue of the of Avery, and then turn the corner, and there's another journal entry here.
What's this symbol?
I saw a few of them when I was coming to find you.
And then from here, Sam will wander over to the left. You'll head over this way and get the next conversation.
I would totally get a picture of myself in this thing. Really?
Yeah.
And you'll also get the final journal entry here as well. You don't actually have to activate the journal entry. It'll just give it to you. So you get both the conversation and the journal. All right, so from the stocks, if you head to the left, you can come into the jail. Just keep kind of winding your way through it. You're going to want to go all the way back into this back corner, turn right, and then sneak under here for another treasure. All right, so eventually you'll make your way into this tunnel area where there's, sort of this mess area. It's like an underground sort of hidden base. You can look at this. There's a map over here to your right for you to look at as well. Once you've done that, you can head over to this ladder. Don't climb that. Climb the ladder. And then make sure you head to the right. And at the end of this tunnel, right here, is another treasure. All right, so once you have made your way through the next encounter area, you'll make it into this tower. You'll swing across, and then you'll want to sneak into here. And once you do that, you can drop down into this little section. And right here to your right is a note. And then after you grab the note, if you continue on into this next room, you can turn around and use these handholds to climb up this way, and the treasure's sitting right here on the ledge. Alright, so after sneaking through yet another encounter, you're going to climb up that tower where Sam is currently standing, and then we'll use the rope to get over to this side. Then you're just going to want to head up the stairs and turn right, and you're going to have to make a pretty interesting throw. So you can see there's a grapple hook right here. You're going to jump, throw your grapple, and you'll be able to land down over here for another treasure. Alright, so you're going to enter this big, massive, high-quality building. You'll have to use your swing to jump all the way across to the other side. Once you land, you'll be able to sneak into this room here. And once you're inside the room, turn right. And here on the desk is another treasure. Keep moving along forward, and you'll find yourself in this big, fancy room. You can see there's some stairs to the right between these vases. Go take the stairs, turn right on the stairs, and head upwards. And then turn right from the top of the stairs. You can use this little gap to jump across. And then once you're across, head over to this bust, and it's right here on the table. Keep moving forward, and eventually you'll come to this massive sort of open area that has all the cannons and stuff, all the statues and bodies all over the place.
Holy crap. Why?
So after Nate draws in his journal, you'll just want to follow Sam. He'll lord over this body.
Just a bit more fancy. Look like soldiers.
You just want to activate the last conversation.
It was the colonists versus the soldiers.
So from this conversation, you'll just want to keep moving forward, continue along, and before you head into there to continue on, turn right, and you can kind of squeeze between these pillars here. If you turn left, right on this chair is another treasure. And then once you come up to this big door, as long as you haven't killed an enemy in the last 2 chapters, you will get that trophy. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. And there it is. As soon as chapter 15 starts, the trophy will pop, and we can keep going. All right, and now that we're here in chapter 15, we can start looking for some treasure. So right off the spawn, head left. There's this bookshelf right here, and all we need to do is run around it, crawl underneath, and the one treasure of the chapter is here. All right, after you grab that treasure, you'll turn around, and there are some things that you can interact with, like that painting and this box here. But there's only one thing that gives you a journal entry, and it's this big headless statue. If you look on the ground, there's the head sitting right here. Go ahead and grab the journal entry of the chapter.
Avery.
And then Sam will call you over at some point, and he'll be looking at the ground here. Make sure you talk to him for another conversation.
What do you got?
The battalion.
All right, so after you have this conversation with Sam, you're kind of on a timer. Don't super stress about it. It's really not that bad, but we need to find 3 notes here. And the way we do that is just by searching through stuff.
Nada.
So after you open the first drawer with nothing in it,
Sam, you find anything?
just keep
Damn thing, they're all empty.
searching
Yeah,
around,
same here.
and eventually you'll find some things to open, like this one over here,
What's this?
and it'll have a note inside. There's note number 1.
Old manifest.
And then we can keep going. Let's see, I don't remember exactly where all the things were that we needed to find. Here's another drawer.
Empty.
Okay, that one didn't have anything in it, so keep searching, keep searching. All right, let's go ahead and open this cabinet. There we go. There is note number 2. Then there's a box back in this back right corner. Let's go ahead and open that, see if this one's got anything, and there's our final note. So you're just going to have to wander around the room. They'll be in different spots depending on what you find first, but just make sure you find these 3 before you head over to the next conversation. So eventually, Sam will call you to come talk to him. You'll want to make sure you head over to him and grab
Hey,
this
Nathan, check it out.
optional conversation.
What do you got?
All right, so a little farther into the chapter, you're going to find yourself in this crazy predicament. But this is actually a perfect spot for us to farm a trophy. We need to kill 20 enemies with a headshot while hanging. And you may be better off just using this weapon. You just don't want to shoot too many of these. But either way, you can farm headshots. These guys are a little bit stronger. You're not going to quite be able to farm them. But you can, I mean, you can farm up some accuracy on them. You don't actually really need to do anything. You just start looking for these guys to pop for headshots. We need to get 20 of them. All right, there we go. Pretty easy place to farm. All right, here we are at the start of chapter 16. As soon as you spawn in, you're going to head up towards the stairs, but you're going to skip going up them towards the front of the house. Instead, across to this big fountain area. You're just going to want to stick to the left along the wall. Head back in here, and on this bench is a treasure. Alright, so you're going to be poking around this house. You'll pass this foosball table on the left, and then you want to turn to the left to head into this room. Once you're inside, you'll want to head to the far side of the room over here. And there'll be this document for you to read. Go ahead and read that, and then once this document is done, you'll want to turn around.
These boxes remind you of anything?
And Sam will start this conversation.
Every place we ever lived.
So you'll move into the room here with a cutscene with this sarcophagus on the left.
Hey, do me a favor.
As soon as you enter,
When I die, bury me in one of these.
turn to the right, head up this
Can I
set of
mummify you and put
stairs,
your organs in a jar too?
On second thought, maybe not.
and there is this treasure here on the ground. So as you keep making your way through the area, you're going to come to this big, massive room that has a whole ton of, different stuff in it. You'll see the lion statues, whatever. So from this staircase, you're going to want to head to the right of it and into this room. You want to look over to the right. And right here, there's a book about pirates.
They've got your favorite book here. Really?
And you want to make sure you talk to Sam after you put the book down.
Fake or not. This looks like a first edition.
And then, again, make sure you continue to talk to him to get the third conversation as well.
You could sell it. Then you wouldn't need to take that job.
So from this room that you come out,
The air vent. Up there.
you want to make sure that you come over this way into the far end of the room and move this bookcase. And then after the Polaroid thing, go ahead, climb up the bookshelf.
Here. Hey, don't fall.
And then once you climb up here, if you turn around, you can actually, from this stand, you can jump all the way across over to here. And once you're up here, the final treasure of the area is sitting right here on the couch. All right, in Chapter 17, you will boost Elena up to the ladder. She'll drop it down for you. Got to follow her forward and get the first conversation.
So, have you been here long?
On the
And then after you're done talking to her, you can turn to the left. And you probably saw this treasure down there when you were running across the river. But here it is. Make sure you grab that. Okay, keep making your way through the area. You can jump across here. Elena's waiting for us down this way. And you can go ahead and talk to her.
So, did,
All right, so after some climbing and you take out a couple of guards, you and Elena will be
Now then,
here
which way's
at
the
the
car?
top of
it'll be
the
easier to
elevator.
spot from higher ground.
Right. Good idea.
Head over this way. Eventually, you should, I think, oh, maybe we have to walk up to her. No? You should eventually start a conversation with you. All right, there we go. I just have to go back and forth.
By the water wheel down there.
It's quite a feat for a bunch of pirates.
All right, so now go ahead and get the third conversation.
You should have seen the stuff he built in Scotland. I mean,
And then after that, make sure you grab the fourth conversation as well.
at least I didn't. Well, see, at least I didn't lie again.
Okay, and then once you finish that conversation, just from the elevator, you'll want to head pretty much directly opposite. You can climb down these stairs and see that there is a treasure for you to drop down to. This is the one that we saw when we were getting ready to cross the bridge before the bridge broke, and now we can go ahead and grab it. All right, so you're going to quickly come upon this encounter, and it's another one of the same that we had done before. You have to sneak to her car without alerting any enemies, as you're not allowed to kill any of them. So that is what we're going to do. I'll go ahead and just show you my path to it, and then I'll show you getting out. Once you're in the Jeep, you also can't kill anyone until you're out of the area entirely, so you don't want to run anyone over. But anyway, let's go ahead and I will show you the easiest way I've done it to get there. All right, so first things first, what we're going to do is just hit restart encounter to reset the positions of the enemies, and then we'll jump down here, slide all the way down, and this is just the easiest path, kind of go around the outside. It's way less enemy infested, if you will. So we're waiting for that guy in the white shirt there. And we can actually, once he looks over the edge, we can throw our hook and make it here without him noticing us. And you can actually just pass right on by him. He's kind of blind. And just keep on going, keep on going. He will follow us up here eventually. But if you're quick enough, you can get to this part. It's fine if he sees you as long as he doesn't turn orange. Now we're going to wait because that guy will definitely see us if we go now. The Jeep is right up there, so you can see exactly what we're getting ready to do. We just got to wait for this guy to turn his back. Then we can make the jump over. All right, so now we'll jump, climb up quickly.
That's worth a shot.
Now we can climb in. Make sure you don't just floor it, but you also have to make sure Elena doesn't kill anyone. So you gotta don't run anyone over, but you're gonna dip down here, up and around, and as soon as you make it over this cliff, you will be out, and the trophy is yours. So there we go, and now we can keep moving forward. All right, so after a good bit of driving later, you'll come up to this elevator. It's hard to see. We can get out, and I can show you. It's up there.
Let's look around.
There's the elevator. You'll see this big water wheel and everything. This is just drive the path. Like there's no open world part of this driving section, fortunately. So you'll find your way here pretty quickly. And then when you are here, we can just head this way, head towards the water wheel. Well, we can't go that way. We have to go up this way. And then over here, we can look up at the wheel and get another journal entry.
Well, that's a problem. Gears aren't connected to the water wheel.
All right, so from the water wheel, if you look left, there is a pillar that you can pull down with the Jeep. So go ahead and use the winch on the front of the Jeep to do that. After you've pulled that down, we can climb up there now. So let's do that. And once we're up top, then we can head over to this balcony. And on the balcony is another treasure. Alright, so here we are. We're moving our way up using the elevator. I killed a couple of enemies up here on this ledge. And there should be an M14 for us to pick up. So now we can go ahead and pop a couple kills with this. Okay, once you reunite with Elena at the top of the elevator here, before you jump in the car, we can head around this way. There's a little cliff right here that you can actually run through. And there's treasure waiting for us there. Alright, you're going to keep on moving forward, and eventually you'll make it up this sort of waterfall-ish area. There's a bunch of rapids and things that you have to cross. And right here is that third elevator that we're on our way to, but before we head there, we can actually turn to the right, and there's this tiny little ladder right here that we're going to stop at. Go ahead and climb out. And then we can climb up into here.
I wonder who lived here.
Probably the elevator keeper person.
The elevator keeper person?
And then on the barrel right here is
She
the note.
Past pirate safety inspections.
Once you grab the note, just turn left, jump through this window, and there's the treasure here to your right. All right, now that we've reached the elevator, we can go ahead and hop out. And we can head on over to this water wheel. You'll want to climb up this way, kind of in between the wheel and the gears. Climb around, and you'll get up inside this area. And then on the stand here where the axle is, you can go ahead and grab the treasure. Alright, so now that the Jeep is on the elevator, we can activate the elevator.
Okay.
It's like a postcard.
And now as we're riding up, we can start the conversation.
Yeah, Libertalia.
And then make sure you get the second one as well.
So what made you change your mind?
Alright, so eventually you will make your way all the way up to the top of the thing after you get out of the Jeep and you have this big waterfall scene. There'll be a little cutscene with you and Elena, and then you'll be able to follow Elena up the stream a little bit. But before you go much farther, if you head over to the right over here, kind of towards this tree, and then you look up at the bridge, you will get another journal entry. Alright, so a little bit of climbing later, you'll be on this rock. You'll have jumped over from over there. And then once you are up here, we can head forward, jump across, and right here is a skeleton with the final journal note of the chapter. All right, here we are now in Chapter 18. We're right at the beginning of the chapter. You're going to be pushing through this area, looking at all of the various different things. There's going to be a sign right over here. And eventually, Elena will run up to it.
Digna factis recipimus.
Make sure you talk to her.
We receive the due reward of our deeds.
Then after you have the conversation, you can turn to the right or just head over along the left side wall. You can see the treasure awaiting us there. Go ahead and pick it up. All right, and with that treasure grabbed, whoa, Elena, hello. You're going to want to walk over to the main doors and just kind of wait for a moment. There's some script up at the top. And
That gate's not budging. We need to get up and over.
take a look at it, but there we go. Now she'll read it.
Paradiso.
And you'll want to make sure you talk to her again.
Today you will join me in paradise.
Alright, so after the conversations and the treasure from earlier, you're going to be climbing these pillars. You get up there from the main stone pillar. I guess these aren't pillars, they're like the wooden beams, but you'll get up there from the stone pillar. You'll be jumping around as you make your way through. This one kind of farthest to the, I guess if you're looking at it from the perspective of the door, it's to the left of the pillar. The one to the farthest left, you'll want to jump across and then climb down. And inside of like the mouth of the skeleton is another treasure. Alright, so once you cross over the wall and you have a little bit of a cutscene, you're going to be here. You can just go ahead and jump into the water down to the left. We're going to swim up this way. Once you're out of the water, you can head up to this tree. You look to the left, kind of right around this rock or this pillar thing is another treasure. All right, keep moving forward, and you'll be crawling through some of these collapsed buildings. Once you make your way into this room, there's like this big, fancy bed and a skeleton right here on the bed. Make sure you stop and grab this note.
Oh, another old note.
All right, so I just took out, there's a shotgun enemy you'll probably encounter here in this big, it's the first encounter of the chapter, and he's going to drop a condor. We haven't used one of these yet, so we're going to go ahead and grab that and make sure we get a kill with it. There's another enemy up there as well. He probably has one too, but... Alright, so I'm here still in this chapter in the combat section. You can see there's some enemies ahead of me. You kind of come in from right over there, so I'm pretty much right in the first building that you're in. You can find, if you look to the left, this black powder barrel. We need a kill with this weapon, and you're pretty much going to have to throw it at someone and then shoot it and explode it for the kill. And you can find this in subsequent chapters. You don't have to do it right here, right now, if you don't want to. But it's a little easier said than done. There we go. That should count. We should go check and make sure that he's actually dead. And yeah, it looks like it. Alright, so after that combat encounter, you're going to make your way through this cave system. You'll spot the APCs there in the distance. And then you can drop down here. And in this ominous stone area, there is a note here on the table.
Look, something here.
And then after you grab the note, as soon as you put it away,
They were both founders?
Elena will say that. You turn to her and start the conversation.
Yeah, looks like they were turning on each other, but...
Alright, so eventually you're going to need to cross this river to find a way to continue forward. Once you do, you'll see that up there, but we're going to ignore that for just a moment. We're going to run all the way back around in here, and there's a treasure right here on the ground. Alright, so eventually you'll find your way down here after a little bit of a roof collapse. And you'll surface here in the water. Make sure you stick close to Elena as you're going to get another conversation.
Well, wet again. Tired, bruised.
All right, and then after you have that conversation, look towards this house with the two statues. And if you swim towards it, kind of want to hang to the right side.
Come on, let's try cutting through this house.
Yeah.
And right here, under the water, is another treasure. All right, so keep moving your way forward. We're going to wind up here in another bedroom. After you make your way out of said bedroom, we are going to exit here and turn right, and then immediately turn right again. Head to the back corner, and behind this couch in the corner is another treasure. And now after we've grabbed this treasure, we're going to actually just head straight back to where we came from through the room, and right here is our first journal entry of the chapter.
I'll bet this is from the Gunsway.
Once you've gotten that journal entry, head left and through this door here on the right. And there's a desk straight ahead of you. On the desk, you can look at this thing. It's nothing special, but we can go ahead and take this note.
Oh, what's this?
All right, moving forward through the chapter, you will come to this grand dining hall. There will be a pretty lengthy cutscene. Before you exit, got to make sure you grab a couple of things. First, the letter that Elena reads during the cutscene will be right here for you to grab. Make sure you pick that up. That does count as a note. And after you grab the note, we can get the final journal entry of the game. Just need to walk up to the middle of the table and do that.
There. For posterity.
And then we can go ahead and exit the room through this door. As soon as you do, turn left and in. Oh, turn left. Elena, get out of the way. In the fireplace is another note.
What's this?
All right, so you're going to climb up the broken staircase from the mansion. You'll be up here. Before you head into this section, or before you turn right there, head over towards these cannons and just kind of hang a right, and there'll be a treasure right here on this ledge.
Why didn't he kill Thomas
And now,
too?
once
Was
you're
he,
in
like,
this
right
big
behind
room,
him?
Yeah, that's exactly what
Elena
it
will
was.
enter and start talking to
Can you imagine
you.
taking orders from a paranoid psychopath?
Sounds like my first job.
Then you'll get this conversation. Make sure you activate that.
What, the producer on your TV show?
No, my
All right, so eventually you're going to make your way into this area, and there's going to be a bunch of weapons around, but there's no soldiers. Elena's going to call us over to bust through that door, but before we do that, we do want to head up this way, just kind of follow the path that I'm going on. It's just the easiest for me to show you where this is. You're going to pretty much go up the stairs and then turn around and go all the way back across. And sitting on this shelf, or this, not shelf, this chest-looking thing, is this Copperhead SR7. It's not the first time you'll encounter it in the game, but it's likely the first time you'll be able to actually pick it up and use it, because you're not sneaking through areas and not killing enemies. So grab this, and we'll get a kill with that, and this will be another weapon done. So you're going to want to take down the big boy with the big machine gun, because we do need some kills with this. The sniper out here, you got to be really careful with this if you're going for the accuracy, because this weapon will burn through a lot of bullets, but it does do a lot of damage, so grab some kills with it. We can keep moving forward. All right, so I just took out a guy with a lot of armor. These guys, if they're not carrying a shotgun, they'll be carrying typically one of these ARCs 160s. This is really the last main weapon we need to get a kill with. Whoops, that's not what we want to do. Okay, Elena, stop killing my units. All right, there we go. So after you break down the barricade, Elena will find a note and read it to you, and you have to make sure you grab it from her at the end of the hallway. That is the, it's not the final note, but it's an important note to grab. It's the final note of this chapter. We can keep going. Now, once you enter into Avery's room, this is immediately after you grab the note from Elena, you'll enter in here. You'll want to head over to the right towards this spiral staircase.
There's no more footprints. They end here.
Okay, so where did they go?
Pirate ghosts. Let's look around.
And then at the top, right here, is the last treasure of the area, or of the chapter. All right, so here we are in chapter 19. You are going to, this is the second rock slide that you're going to slide down. After you do that, you'll be at the bottom, and Nate will make a comment about wishing he had brought earplugs. After that, or after you take the slide down, if you look to the right, there's this skeleton right here. And after you take a look at it, you can turn and head down this way. And then once you reach the bottom, turn around, and in this little corner is the first treasure of the chapter. All right, keep making your way through the chapter, and you'll come up to this creepy mermaid-looking statue. They'll argue about whether it's a 3 or 4 out of 10 in creepiness, and then after you're done with that, you can turn to the left here, And you're going to want to come into this tunnel, turn right, and the final treasure of the chapter is sitting right here. All right, here we are in Chapter 20. Pretty quickly into the chapter, you're going to come across this giant ship graveyard area. Once you reach this spot, we're going to head to the right in the direction we're supposed to go. And drop down onto this rock. And before you swing across, there's a treasure for us to grab, so we're going to do that. So let's go ahead and climb up this rock. And now, what makes this one a little difficult is we have to jump all the way across over to there. You have to hit square to sort of land in the porous section of the rock. And you have to jump just about as late as you possibly can to get across to this, and then you have to mash X, or rather mash square. It's definitely going to take a couple of tries. You can watch Nate, if you watch me do it, you can see his feet sort of like leave the surface, and there you go, you should be able to make the jump. You just really have to give it a couple of tries. If you fall down, it's not a huge deal. It's not like you die. You just have to walk all the way back around. But once you get up here, then you can go ahead and grab the treasure. Alright, so we're working our way through, and you're going to be in this big sort of ship section where you're like fighting a bunch of enemies through this dilapidated ship, and there's going to be an RPG guy here. They're going to call it out. They're going to say, we got to take out the RPG guy, yada, yada, yada. And that's perfect for us because we need an RPG kill. And there's a bunch of RPG ammo up here. You get at least 3 shots. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. We can take out some enemies and mark the RPG off our list. Alright, so we're going to keep heading through. I am turned around here just because there are some spoilers, so, you know, heads up for that in 2 seconds. But we are here now, reunited with the squad. All 4 of us are together, and we have some stuff to do as we're making our way back. It's going to be pretty long into the chapter, so anyway, let's keep moving forward. Alright, so you're going to head through this big doorway, head down the stairs, and once you're at the bottom of the stairs, you are going to turn to your left. There's actually a little room right here. I can't remember. Yeah, there's the treasure. Turn left and you'll find the treasure. Alright, not too far forward. You'll get this nice view, and Sully will point out his ship directly in front of us right there. You're going to want to turn to the right and continue on through. Now, we can kind of drop down into this little creek, head under this bridge, and then we're going to want to enter this house from below. We can't get into it from above. So if you crawl into the house from below, there's a treasure right here on the table. Alright, keep moving forward. You're going to come to this section. It's kind of right after this, like, sky rail bit. Once you do that, you'll just keep following along the path, head underneath this archway. Through the archway, you'll want to head over to this blue sort of rundown-looking building, jump inside, and keep running forward. And then you can turn to the left, and right here is a note on the counter, the only note of the chapter. And then you're going to want to turn around, and there's this hole in this wall right here, this brick wall. You'll just move through that, climb up the stairs, come around here, and there's a treasure waiting on this. Okay, exit the building, and you'll come to this little town square with the statue of Avery in the middle. From the statue, if you turn back left, there's this building that you can enter right here, and on the ground in front of you is another treasure. Alright, here we are in Chapter 21. Pretty early on, you're going to find this grappling section. You can go ahead and throw your grapple, but don't jump off of it quite yet. Instead, we're going to turn around and swing. If you might actually have to give yourself a little bit more rope, so do that, and now you're going to build momentum. We need to jump to that upper section there. Make sure you're all the way up, jump up. And here is the treasure. Okay, keep going. You're going to be doing a bunch of climbing. Eventually, you'll reach up here to this old camp. You can see the old fire. There's some footprints on the ground to the left. Before you head left and continue that direction, make sure you turn right, as there's a skeleton right here with the final note of the game on it. Grab this and get a trophy as well. All right, keep working your way through the chapter. You're going to find yourself in a series of like caves and tunnels. It's hard to see it, but there's actually a cave right here that you kind of crawl through to get through to the other side. Once you do that, you'll jump up here, and you'll be in this sort of larger cave area with the walls to the left. We can go ahead and jump down and keep moving straight across. Say hi to the tortoise and grab a treasure. All right, as you're moving forward, you're going to rappel down from this rock, and you're going to see you're kind of over a huge ravine. There's a wall that you're supposed to jump over to, but before we do that, if you turn your attention to this little crevice, you can see there's actually a handhold that we can grab over there. We don't want to swing too much. We want to swing just enough to where he starts reaching for it. Might have to give ourselves just a little bit of slack. And the reason why we don't want to do that is because you can go too fast and actually slam into the wall like that. We're going to give ourselves even more slack. Try to get him to reach. Not going to happen, so I'm going to just let him swing naturally here, not give it too much energy. And see, yeah, that's the problem if you go a little bit too hard. This is a bit awkward. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. There may be, but this is the only way I've ever done it. And you can just barely reach it. You might have to try a couple of times if you fall off. But either way, once you get over here, climb up in here, and this is the last strange relic of the game. All right, once you are down here in the water, you'll kind of just spawn in, or you won't spawn in, but you'll splash into the water here. And from this, you can see this sort of like waterfall that's coming down. We want to head back to that direction. And there's a little cave behind this waterfall right here. Jump out, head up this way. And around the corner is the final treasure of Chapter 21. All right, so here we are in Chapter 22. Pretty much right away when you jump into the water to swim to Avery's ship, there'll be a little bit of an explosion on the side of it here. As soon as that happens and you regain control of Nate, you can turn to the right and dive under the water. Then you want to head into this tiny little cave area. There is treasure right here for you to grab. And there we go. Congratulations on that. All right, here we are on, I'm paused on the screen just to let you know that we are getting into the final boss fight. I'm literally starting the final boss fight right now. The reason why I'm pausing is because this is spoilers, obviously. If you don't want to be spoiled, you can look away or you can do the fight, and then you'll have to come back and redo Chapter 22 again. But there is a trophy associated with the boss fight, so I want to talk you through that. Anyway, you have been warned. Spoiler ahead. Okay, so this final trophy requires us to do the entire sword fight with Wraith
this is insane, even
without
for
getting
you.
stabbed or
insane?
slashed.
Nathan Drake
So you can see,
and his entire army
left
to the
attacks,
steps
right
of
attacks.
Shambhala.
Jesus.
Nathan Drake found the lost city in the
And
middle.
if you get hit, obviously you can restart checkpoint or restart the encounter. But yeah, you're going to want to do this fight without getting a single hit. It's going to take some practice. You're going to have to grind it out. All right, and with that fight complete, game, set, match. Swordmaster is yours if you didn't take any damage. And we can keep moving on. We're almost done. All right, so here we are in the epilogue. We're playing some very simple Crash Bandicoot. We need to set the high score, so the way we do that is by not dying on this level. Every life that you have at the end of the level gives you a good amount of score. The Wumpa Fruit also gives you score, and getting to the end very quickly gives you a good amount of score. If you do die, by the way, you can come in here and hit restart checkpoint. It'll take you right to the very start of the level again. So you're just gonna have to get used to it. If you haven't played Crash, well, really, what are you doing, number one? Crash is a fantastic game. I would recommend anybody going back and playing it. But you have to make sure that you don't fall into the pits. I don't know exactly how many Wumpa you need. Every time I do this, I just collect all of it as much as I can, and usually it's enough. I'm sure there's math out there for what you need to do, but either way, get to the end relatively fast, jump in there, and that run should be more than good enough for the high score of 3,500. And there we go. So, boom, and there is your trophy. Alright, so here we are in the start of the epilogue. Again, just pausing because we are about to spoil something here in the guide. Just get to the epilogue, you'll see kind of you'll get the spoil right at the beginning, and then you can go from there. But either way, heads up, in about 2 seconds we're going to have more spoilers, so let's go. Alright, so now that we're playing as Cassie, you can obviously look through the house and all of the cool stuff. Just make your way, once you make your way outside of the house, you'll want to follow along on the beach to the left. There's plenty of cool stuff here. But we have one final collectible in this game. You're going to go grab it real quick. Walk down the beach.
Anyone? No? Nothing? Okay.
And you get one last conversation.
Hey, Vicky.
Right now, so there you go.
Okay, girl. Where's Mom and Dad?
Alright, so after the credits roll, you will get your trophies. As you can see, we got the Charted Explorers. I also got Sharpshooter. If you didn't get Sharpshooter during your run, unfortunately that means that you will have to do another playthrough of the game to snag that. Okay, with the game done, if you come back in here now, you can go into extras, and you can go down to bonus, and you're going to want to come into add-ons. Make sure, first things first, I highly, highly, highly recommend you come in here, and you, at the very least, get infinite ammo. This will be extremely important for your crushing run and things like that. And then, a lot of people like bullet speed mode. It is a pretty good mode. It helps with your, especially for crushing, it gives you so much more time to aim at enemies and things like that. And then, of course, you should have a ton of unlock points, so you can buy pretty much whatever you want, but I would also recommend you come in here to weapons and give yourself the various weapons. If you haven't gotten a kill with any of the weapons, you can come in here and give them. Alright, so now we should have some miscellaneous combat things to do, unless you did them during the game. If you've been following along and doing everything I've been doing, probably not. So we can take some time to go ahead and do them now. They're mainly just combat stuff. It shouldn't be too difficult to do. So first things first, we're going to come in here to story, and we're going to come down to encounter select. And we want to first head to chapter 10. And then we're going to pick the drawbridge encounter. And you can play on Explorer for this, doesn't really matter. Okay, so here we are in the encounter. And as soon as you come in, after you disable the lock-on aim, you'll want to come in here and give yourself the China Lake. We need to get 10 kills in 60 seconds with this gun. And make sure you also put infinite ammo on. You can put bullet speed mode on too if you want to, but you have so much time, it doesn't really matter. So, infinite ammo, China Lake, and we can just start blasting. We only need 10 kills, it's really not that many. And there will be plenty of enemies that spawn in. So, more troops are inbound as well. Keep blasting away. And there we go. You even have a little bit of extra time while they're creeping around over there to do that. All right, so after restarting the encounter again, come down here, give yourself the China Lake again, and we're gonna start blasting enemies. But what we want to do is get across over to here real quick, just so we're in good position. And you can start, you know, just taking out enemies. Eventually, once you kill enough of them, so you don't get sniped. This guy's gonna be annoying. We just need to kill enough enemies here to get the transport to spawn, which it has not done yet. Okay, so now the transport's coming in. Go ahead and hit bonus, weapons, and you want to come down to this RPG. We need 4 kills with 1 explosive, and this is an easy way to do it. All right, there's 4 here. Maybe we can get... There we go. It just, you just kind of have to try until you get it, and there we go. That is the 2 explosive trophies done, and we can keep moving forward. Okay, once you're done with that, we'll head to the next encounter, which is Convoy. And right here, we're going to farm a couple of different things. So first things first, let's go ahead and enter. Again, play on whatever you like, explore. All right, so as soon as you load into the chapter, you're going to want to come to bonus and then hit gameplay modifiers. Give yourself infinite ammo if you haven't done so already. And we need to kill 10 enemies while we're sliding. So there we go. Get your 10 kills, and then we can keep going forward. So after those kills are done, what you can do is you can climb up the rope, but make sure you don't go all the way, or you can be all the way up, you just have to be hanging here. As long as you don't jump in the truck, these enemies will continually spawn forever. And the lovely part about that is that we can hang here from this rope and blind fire kill 50 total enemies just by chilling here. Alright, so there we go. After a little while, you should get it. You can always return here later if you want to farm this up later, but either way, there is our kills, and we can move on. Alright, so next we're going to come into Encounter, and we are going to drop down to Chapter 11. We're going to do Market Escape. We're going to play on Crushing. The reason we're doing that is because we need to knock grenades out of enemies' hands. As soon as you spawn in, give yourself the Barak 44, and I would also recommend coming in here and enabling bullet speed mode. So the whole thing that we're going to do is we are just going to wait for these enemies to enter their throwing animation. It is like one of those things where you have to react extremely quickly to him throwing the grenade. I'm hoping one of them will do it. There we go. And this is the reason why you have the bullet speed, so that counts as 1. It doesn't have to kill them. It doesn't even have to hurt them. It doesn't have to do anything. All right, so there we go. Got the 10 kills, and now we can finally move on. All right, and then after we're done with that, head down to Chapter 13, Island Jungle, and we're going to play on Explorer again. So once you come into the encounter, you can actually just hit restart checkpoint real fast. Oh, no.
Great.
All right, so here we are in the encounter. You can drop down, and what we need to do is we need to get a kill with a pistol, a machine gun, and then a grenade in that order within 15 seconds. So we start with a grenade in our inventory here. We need to source the remaining weapons, which we can do. We now have the machine gun and grenade that we can pick up. And then if we run around this edge, we can kill these guys up here. And we can grab this pistol. All right, so now we have a pistol Alright, so once we've got those 3 things sourced, now it just comes down to killing enemies quickly. So we've got a couple enemies here. I believe that, yeah, there's some around the corner there. So what we're going to want to do is get that headshot here. We should be able to kill one of these guys quickly enough. And then we chuck the grenade. And that should be enough to do it. Yeah, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. So now, after restarting the encounter again, what we need to do is we need to do the leapfrog trophy, which is essentially kill an enemy with combat, with like melee, and then kill an enemy with a weapon back and forth. And you need to do that 5 total times for 10 kills. So like that, we just killed this guy. We can pick up his weapon. And now we have to go back and forth. So we've killed one with combat, melee combat. Now we've gotten a kill with gun. We're going to go back to melee. And that's 3. Take that guy out. 4. There we go with 5. We're just going to keep pushing enemies. This guy, we need to be careful. We need to take him out with the weapon. And this guy will make 7, I believe. Make sure you're just keeping track of what you're doing. Where'd he go? There he is. Okay, that's done. And now I think we only need one more. And there we go. So pretty simple, pretty straightforward, especially if you're playing on Explorer. All right, and now we can go ahead and clean up the last of the weapon kills. We never actually did a propane tank. I didn't, at least. You may have in your playthrough. If you did not get a propane tank kill, we can come in here to Chapter 8. And let's go, which one has the propane tank? I believe it is the bridge encounter. So let's go to the bridge. All right, so if you're playing on Explorer, I would definitely recommend making sure that you turn off the auto aim because we're going to need to shoot this thing eventually. So best way, I think, to do this is just stay in stealth. The propane tank is quite literally right here. Gonna grab it.
They're not slowing down, are they?
Lady wants the results. She wants them yesterday.
Then we're gonna throw it up there. And boom goes the dynamite. If you did everything in the guide, you followed along with my lead, and you just did this now and it didn't give you the trophy, my biggest recommendation is to try again with the propane tank. If it still doesn't give it to you, try to find another powder keg and another one of those big explosive barrels, because those have been the most finicky. For some reason, sometimes it just requires 2 or 3 kills with each of them. All right, so now all that we have to do to finish Uncharted 4 is to play through the game on Crushing and beat it in under 6 hours. And we're going to try to do that both in the same playthrough. It sounds like it'll be crazy, but I promise you it will be a lot easier than you expect, especially because we have a lot of bonuses to use. So what I'm going to recommend that you do is you come into bonuses as soon as you load into the game. You make sure that you turn on, at the very least, infinite ammo. You could use bullet speed mode if you'd like. I generally don't, unless it's a really difficult section and you have to save some time with your aiming. But bullet speed mode is definitely there to help keep you alive. I would certainly use it. And then if you would like to, if you come into render modes, you can come in by Thief Vision. It just helps contrast the enemies a lot better on the background, so you can see them at range, things like that, if you struggle with that. But one of the other big things is make sure you're constantly giving yourself weapons that you want to use. Like the Barak 44 is just an unbelievably good weapon because it will just destroy enemies, and you don't have to aim very... Like, you don't have to hit a ton of shots, especially with unlimited ammo, things like that. And you can, of course, come down to gameplay modifiers. Oh, sorry, not gameplay modifiers. Go back to the options and go down to accessibility. And then you can turn lock on aim on or off. depending on if you would like to use it. I would highly recommend that you do use it if you're going to be playing on crushing and trying to get the speedrun done. It will help you a ton. It'll make things so much easier. And yeah, I would recommend that you turn that on. So, all of that said, we only have to do those couple of things, and we need to get to 1,000 total enemies defeated. In all likelihood, you will get that about halfway through the game, maybe a little bit beyond halfway through. I will show you my trophy pop. It'll probably happen before yours just because I've killed some more enemies doing other things in preparation for the guide. So one thing I am going to do, I'm going to go ahead and hit new game here. I'm going to hit no on the keep treasures and player stats so you can see my time. If you want to see your own time without the previous time from your last playthrough, you will also have to hit no. It's not going to really change anything as long as you don't overwrite your old save. I would just recommend that you come up here and hit new game data, and then we can start the speedrun. Good luck. All right, here we are in Chapter 7. I'll just do a quick check-in. Let's see where we're at. So we're almost an hour in, and I've been going pretty fast. I haven't really had any big fails or anything, so if you're not quite this fast, you should be fine. But there we go. I'll probably check in once we hit Chapter 10 or so, because it's kind of like, you know, a nice benchmark for the next the next part of the game. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so there we go. I got my 1,000 kills. There's no way you're going to get them nearly as quickly as I did. Again, I just was doing some other testing stuff, but you'll eventually get the 1,000, and then we can keep going through the speedrun. All right, so here we are now in Chapter 10. Let's go ahead and take a look at our stats. We're sitting at an hour 47:13. I think most people recommend that you be at this chapter around 2 to 2.5 hours at the latest. So if you're kind of coming in around here, I died a few times, things like that. There's definitely a lot of wiggle room. And like I'm saying, if you use that auto lock and you're smart about using cover, but also rushing enemies and using that Barak 44, it does an unbelievable amount of work for you. It's actually kind of fun. But I think I'll update you at the latest by Chapter 17, so let's keep going. All right, here we are now. Made it into Chapter 17. Quick check on our time. We are at 3 hours, 51 minutes. I believe if you're anywhere between like 4.5 hours, you should be fine up to this point. But other than that, we are good to go. So let's go ahead and keep going. All right, I've made it to Chapter 22. And now we can go ahead and take a look at where we're at. We're at 5:25. That gives us plenty of time to get through this. Now, I will give you a recommendation, and I'm going to go ahead and do it myself, is I would highly recommend that you make a new save game right here, because the final boss fight on Crushing is considerably more difficult than on any other of the difficulties. All right, so here we are. You can see I've made it to the epilogue. I'm going to come down to my time, 5 hours, 39 minutes. It took me a good number of tries to beat the final boss, but we eventually got through it. I fortunately didn't have to reload my save, so we can just keep moving forward, and I will show you my final time once the epilogue is done. All right, there we go. Epilogue is complete. If you come down here to statistics, I'm at 5:44:53. So you can actually just go ahead and quit to the main menu. You don't have to actually sit here and watch them. Should pop all the trophies. There we go. There's Crushing done. So I don't know why this happens, but for some reason, only the Crushing trophy popped and not all of them. Maybe you're not allowed to pop too many trophies at a time, but if you come in here, don't freak out. Don't worry like you didn't get all of them. We did get all of them. It just, for some reason, it condenses them. I've never really seen that happen before other than when we do this. That is it for Uncharted 4. Unfortunately, with this collection, that doesn't mean we get a platinum. We will have to go and do Lost Legacy as well. I hope you're looking forward to that. Let's get started. All right, here we are. It is time for Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. We've got to play through the game. It is considerably shorter than Uncharted 4. It's only 9 chapters long, but there are a number of things we have to do, a number of trophies we have to earn, miscellaneous things to do, things to collect, all that good stuff. Now, I am going to make the recommendation that you follow along with this guide and you play your first playthrough on Explorer mode. I know we could play on Crushing and we wouldn't have to play a second playthrough, but I almost can guarantee you that if you try to play through this game on Crushing without all of the bonuses at the end, you're going to spend longer grinding through Crushing than you will if you just speedrun through it at the end. So you don't have to actually speedrun the game, but I'm just gonna put it out there. You can play on Crushing if you want. I can almost guarantee you'll have a better experience if you save that for later. So anyway, with all of that said, make your decision what you want to do. We're going to go ahead and play The Lost Legacy. Of course, the options haven't changed. You can still come in here, do all the stuff that you did before. Go ahead, story mode, new game. I am going to go ahead and play on Explorer and turn these off as before. So let's go ahead, dive into the game, and I'll see you in Chapter 1. Okay, I may have lied to you. We're not here in Chapter 1. We are in the prologue. And as you're following the little girl through the market, you'll come up to our first photo opportunity. Just go up to it and press triangle.
Need to be on that truck before it goes.
As you walk forward, you will get your first treasure of the game. Can't miss this one.
A for effort, kid.
All right, here we are in Chapter 1. There's only one collectible here to grab, and it's once we get onto the rooftop, you'll have climbed up this ladder right here. As soon as you come out of it, you can head straight, but look to the left, kind of through these clothes, and then right here on this barrel is the treasure of the chapter. Alright, so here we are in Chapter 1 at the end of the chapter. We're just fighting some enemies here with Chloe, and eventually Nadine will come out and help you out. And now we can farm up the 10 buddy kills that we need. You just kind of, it's pretty easy to get some. I believe that should have counted as 3. But once those 3 guards are done, the 3 new ones who come in, make sure you restart the checkpoint. And then you can just keep doing this over and over again until you get 10. And there we go. Wing Woman is ours, and we can keep moving on.
What was that? I thought you were a professional.
All right, here we are at the start of Chapter 2. And if you look directly to the right, immediately there is a photo opportunity.
Smile, Asav.
All right, so here we are a little bit farther forward. You're going to come to the first zip line that you can use. Before you do that, head to this ledge to the right of it. Oh, not this one. This ledge to the right. You can drop down here, swing around the building, and grab the treasure. All right, after you take the zip line down, you take out the enemy, and then you want to take out this crate to get onto the roof of the shed. Before you do that, there's a treasure right here on the table. All right, so very quickly afterwards, you're going to make your way up here to get another of these crates, or whatever they are, the rolly crates. You'll pull that out, and before you do anything with this, make sure that you come around here, and where you pulled the crate out from is another treasure on the ground. All right, once you enter this area here, kind of the room that has the purple light off to the right, if you head left around these boxes, you can head back into the corner, and there's treasure right here on the table. All right, so you'll eventually make your way into this building where you have all these treasure, antique-looking things. There is a treasure for us to grab. You're going to want to move through the rooms next to this giant, giant window. If you turn the corner here is the final treasure of Chapter 2.
No one will miss this.
All right, so here we are. We're going to make your way out of the area, and you're going to come into this combat encounter. You'll take out some men, and now we need to do something specific in order to get a trophy. So The best way to do this is to just kind of follow the path that I'm taking. You're going to want to run all the way around to the left, and there is this zip line right here. Make sure you take this zip line. Go the exact route that I just did. Take this zip line as it's required for a trophy, and then once we reach the end of the chapter, we will grab the final zip line, which will pop the trophy. All right, here is that last zip line, and there we go. As long as you took the zip line I showed you, you should have gotten all 4 and gotten the trophy. Keep going. All right, here we are at in Chapter 3, I should say, and right to the right, when you start, you can take a picture of the nice view that was mentioned during the cutscene.
Amazing landscape.
And get another picture. We can keep going. All right, a little ways further through the chapter, you'll be driving, and you will come up to this collection of flamingos in this big area. Before you drive the truck down, you'll want to hop out, and if you head over to the left, right here is a spot for a nice photo.
Pink's not my signature color, but it works for them. You know they're pink because of the food.
All right, now we can go ahead and drop down into the flamingo area. They'll scatter. And we're going to want to drive to this waterfall, turn the corner here, and then we can jump out. And in the water right here, if you see, you can just barely see it. It's a treasure on the ground. All right, here we are in our first encounter where we can actually use a weapon. You can go ahead and shoot at the enemies, but there is a secret trophy here where we can get a trophy if we take out an enemy with our final bullet. So we're going to just pop that guy with our last shot, and there we go. Trophy for us.
Okay, we're clear.
And now with the enemies dead, we can head on up to the area in which they were at. We can climb up, and this enemy here will have grenades on the ground. So we'll want to go ahead and pick one up, and you can see there's a wall. You can actually interact with the wall.
That wall looks fragile.
Chloe gives you an idea of what we're about to do. Go ahead and chuck a grenade over there. Blow up the wall, and there is a treasure waiting for us.
Everything okay up there? Yep.
Okay, and then once we've grabbed that, we actually have our opportunity to get our first weapon of the game. It's the Incas. Go ahead and pick that up, and we can use this for a kill. So after you pull down the gate, we'll be in this area. You're just going to want to drive forward, kind of following along with the river. You can follow the river until we reach these 2 waterfalls. We can go ahead and get out.
Wait here.
And then there is a kind of a hidden little alcove right here behind this pillar of plants. And in the alcove is a treasure. All right, so here we are at this large encounter here. It's time for a unique trophy. We can actually get one where we have to run down 4 enemies with the truck in 20 seconds. So we just got 2 there to start. And now if we head up the hill, should be a couple more for us to get. Here's the guy right here. That one should count. And you can see there's another guy around the way. And if you don't do this fast enough, oh, there's another guy there, so that one counted too. If you don't do it fast enough, you can always come in here, hit restart encounter, and try again. But there we go. It's pretty easy. You might have to try once or twice, but should be able to do it. And after restarting the encounter, just for the sake of completion, I'm going to get a kill with this pistol again. I know you should have gotten one in that earlier encounter, but there we go. We're counting that as well. So that's 2 weapons down. I'll restart it again. All right, so I'm going to take the time also to show you that we need to mark 30 enemies throughout the campaign. And you can obviously do this as many times as you want. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We need 30 total, so I'll show you when that pops for me. And we also have an opportunity to do a trophy that requires us to exit stealth and then re-enter stealth. So the best way to do that is to just shoot, get some enemies' attentions, and then we're going to dip back into this tall grass and hide. And it'll just take a moment, and There we go. Now you see me? All right. I went ahead and restarted the encounter again, and we're going to head over to the right. And we're going to do a couple of things. So we're actually going to just bail on the truck here. Try not to be spotted by this guy up there if possible. All right, and we're going to make our way to the right. And the reason we're doing all of this is because we want to stay in stealth. So first things first, there is a lockbox right here. We're going to come up to this guy, take him out, and this is the first lockbox of the game. So I'm counting that as having retrieved the lockbox. All right, so there's 2 trophies that are associated with this lockbox right here. And the first one we're going to get automatically because there's an enemy alive close to us. And the second, we need to pick this box in under 15 seconds. So what you're going to do, this one's a little bit more difficult than the other lockpicks you've been doing. You're just going to have to make sure you take your time but go fast at the same time. So hit triangle, and then make sure that you go steady with this. As soon as you feel the vibration, stop. And there we go. You should be able to do it in under 15 seconds. And you should have 2 trophies pop. There you go, both of them popping at the same time. All right, now we want to grab this silenced pistol, which will be our next weapon of the game, I suppose. And now that we have silenced pistol in hand, we can do the next trophy, which is to kill 5 enemies without being seen with the silenced pistol. So we are going to just jump out here. And obviously you can pick the order in which you kill the enemies, but you just want to be quick with your aim. There's one. All right, I think I'm going to sneak down this way. We can jump up here, and if we're quick, we should be able to pop this guy as well. There we go. And this one soon after. That's 3. Now we'll climb up here. We might even use our hanging ability. We don't want to rush it if we don't have to. We'll go ahead and climb up. Take him out. That's 4. And now we only need 1 more with the silenced pistol without being detected. And the trophy is ours. So let's go ahead. Make sure that guy down there doesn't see us. Swap shoulders. And there we go. All right, and now I've restarted the checkpoint one more time, or I restarted the encounter one more time. And this time we need to do something a little bit different. So we have to kill 5 enemies in a row. Actually, I don't think they have to be 5 enemies in a row. I think they just have to be 5 enemies total. But they have to take damage from a pistol, a long gun, and melee. So this is a pretty good encounter to do it. So all you got to do is just pistol, long gun, melee. Make sure you don't get sniped. Pistol, long gun, melee. And we just need to do that to 5 of the enemies. So we can go ahead. That was what, 4? Pistol, long gun, melee. There we go. And that is done. And now there's a nice smattering of weapons for us to get kills with as well. Let's go ahead and start with the Mauser. Or the Mazur, I should say. I think I called it the Mauser in the last one, too. All right, and then if you keep searching the bodies, eventually you'll find an FAL to grab. Go ahead and do that, and make sure you're marking enemies, too, before you kill them, as we need to do that. And now, I think one of the very first guys we killed as well, if you head down this way, I'm pretty sure I saw it. Yeah, there it is on the ground. The Micro 9mm. We can go ahead and pick that up, too. If you can't find it in this chapter, you can always do it in Chapter 4. There's tons of them. All right, with all the enemies taken care of, we can head down back towards the swampy area here. And if you look up towards the temple, stand right here, you'll get a nice photo opportunity. All right, so once you have passed through the gate with the Jeep and everything, you can hop out immediately after you get back into it. And if you look to the back right corner here, there's another treasure. All right, here we are in chapter number 4. If you hit the middle button, you can see we have a map of the area. It's the only area in the game that's pretty open-worldy, and we have this map we can mark up. I will show you where on the map I am, so you have a better understanding of where to go. But of course, I'll still show you where all the collectibles are. There are a ton in this area. A majority of the collectibles in the game are in this area. So we are going to collect those, and yeah, I will see you then. So first things first, as soon as you start the chapter, you can hop out of the Jeep.
Give me a second. I can wait.
And you can head over to this cliff, and right here, you can take a nice, beautiful picture of the landscape. Now, back in the truck, one of the only deaths in all of the Uncharted games that we need to do intentionally for the Platinum, and we are just going to launch ourselves off this cliff. It's a little finicky. You're going to have to kind of bang your head against it. Eventually, you'll fall down, and you should get a trophy for it. I have had it in the past before where I wouldn't get the trophy the first time, and you just kind of have to keep doing it over and over again until you get it, but once you tumble to your death, you should have the trophy. We can keep going. All right, so we just came down the ramp pretty much straight ahead. There is a trophy in this game for doing 30 seconds worth of airtime in the vehicle. And we can just kind of like loop around on these. There's a couple of ramps here that you can take. You don't have to do this. You could probably get it cumulatively over the course of your time playing the game. But if you just want to knock it out now, have a little bit of fun. All right, there we go. After a few minutes of driving and Nadine surely believing we've gone mad, the trophy's ours. All right, so here we are. We've made it to this giant tower that you saw coming in. You can see it on your map as well. We need to climb this bad boy. One, to unlock a collectible that we need to get for a trophy. Well, it's multiple collectibles. And then we also need to get to the very, very tippy top for another trophy as well. So let's get to climbing. All right, now with the doors open, you can ignore this handle for the moment, as this will just bring you back down to the bottom. But if you look here, this is the door that we can't open, and if you kind of head to the right of that door, you'll see this one has a little notch at the top that we can actually grab onto. And now we're going to just want to carry ourselves up here, keep going up this way, get all the way to the very top. And once we reach the top,
magnificent.
Now we just need to wait for a moment and the trophy will pop here in a second. And there we go. And you also can watch Chloe do some yoga poses up here if you want after the trophy. But now we can move on, and I will see you in the next part. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we are going to make a beeline up here to the northeastern part of the map where there's a question mark. This is the White Monkey Temple, and the reason we need to do that is it will start the side quest for finding some of the collectibles, the tokens that we need. So we're going to go ahead, go through here, and you'll see what I mean once you finish this place.
You got me.
And while we're here, as soon as you enter the area, if you look over to where all the white monkeys are, you can walk up to it and take a quick picture.
Looks like there's something in the structure there.
So you'll enter this sort of like covered area, and there will be this map that you can activate with the triangle button right here. After the map activates, this door will open, and right here on the shelf, you'll be able to pick up your first token. And you can see if you put the token in the slot right here, it puts it into the map. So pretty much shows that we have to go to these different locations and find all the tokens, and that is actually what we're going to do first. We're going to go location to location, grab the tokens, come back here, and then we'll do a full sweep of the area. All right, here we are at the location of the second token. If you take a look at your map, we are here sort of towards the eastern side. And what we have here is a number of bells, if you look. And there is a door, but we can't see it. You're going to have to come over this way. We're going to climb on up here. And there is this barred door right here. So the idea is pretty straightforward. There's a bunch of bells. There's 7 bells. There's 7 of these bars. We have to shoot all of the bells in a short amount of time to unlock this door. So that is exactly what we're going to do. So what I would recommend, you can kind of get a good shot at all of them from here. You just have to, you know, be quick and accurate. And we'll go ahead and do that. So turn around. We'll start with this bell. And go boom. And there we go. Take them all out. Door will open. And token is here for you.
Another crest of a Hoysala king.
All right, here we are at the next one. You can see here on the map, we're kind of to the southern part of that one to the far right of the map. The reason why we're here in the south is because we can
Hang on. Go on then.
climb up this way to approach from the south. So you can see, you can even look at this.
Ah, another one.
All right, so we're going to make our way up to it. And then we'll want to climb onto the structure itself.
There's a little cave over there.
You see we have this grapple that we can use. We'll grapple to this. Slide down to this, and now we need to make it into that little cave. Easy enough. And we'll push our way into the tunnel here.
Can't hide from me.
And the token is in this back left corner. Grab that.
Another token for my collection.
All right, here's the next structure we need to explore. You can look on the map. It's kind of right there in the middle, sort of the middle side easternly. And then once you come here, all we really need to do is just climb to the top of this structure. Head up this way. And then we're going to walk on this beam right here. And if you go ahead and attach this, you can come to the other side and sort of just jump off. And it'll lift off the well cover. And we can drop down inside. And sitting on this ledge is another token.
Great.
So, in the ensuing firefight, you will be able to take out some enemies that have this arrowhead A3C. And it's another weapon that we can use to take out enemies. So there we go. That's another weapon used. All right. So now we are here. We've made our way pretty much back to the tower. You can see the tower is over to my left here. So there is this building that we can climb up. It'll have the figurine on it that we can look at.
Hello again.
And then what you're going to want to do is climb up here, and when you press this,
What you do.
and as you can see, the button activates a whole bunch of these fountains. The goal is to run through each and every one of them before the timer expires. It's not too difficult, but I'll show you the optimal path to get through it, and then we can go ahead and do that. Okay, so go ahead and press the button to get started. And we're going to turn to the back left, kind of where we came up from. And the idea of this puzzle is to use your rope as much as possible. So we're going to jump, rope up to there, and you'll get up here quickly. Then you're going to rope to this, and you can rope to this one as well, which will allow you to get up to this one. You'll have to climb up here. There we go. Use your rope on that. Get over here. And then the rest of them are pretty straightforward, pretty easy. It's just rope, collect, whoops, go, rope, collect, and rope, collect. And now you have to make it back to the start as well. And if you do it in enough time, you will get the token.
I've got your brothers and sisters waiting for you.
All right, so the next one we are going to pull up to, if you look at the map, is here in the south, pretty much right at the bottom. We will have to fight off all of these enemies, so go ahead and take out all of the men in this camp, and then I'll show you where the token is. All right, so if you clear out the area, you can get back to this turret as more enemies are spawning, and we can use this turret to take enemies down, which counts as another weapon. If you don't get it here, you'll pretty much have to do it in Chapter 9, so it's not a huge deal. But if you want to do it now, go for it, and we can mark that off the list. And with those enemies taken out, if you look over to the right immediately, you'll see...
What wonders await?
Obviously this little guy, but right here there is a fragile wall that we can just chuck the grenade right into. And the token is sitting here on the counter.
Another Hoysala token for my collection.
All right, here is our next area. You can go ahead and hop out. Here is the, here's the map. You can see we're kind of in the southern, sort of almost to the southwest a little bit, the very southern part of the map there. And now that we're here, if you actually turn around completely, there is an area that we can climb up right here. So go ahead and hit that. And now, from here, there's actually a trophy we can do. If we swing, there's 5 of these beams connected, or 5 of these swing spots connected to each other. If we swing from all 5 of them without touching the ground, we will earn a trophy. So let's go ahead and do that. We can start with this one.
Over we go.
And then, of course, I run into the tree because why wouldn't I? But we can just go spot to spot. That's 3, 4. Make sure you don't touch the ground. 5. And you'll get into the new area as well with your trophy in hand. And then after you've done that, you can head over to this wall.
Of course. Nothing's ever simple.
Throw a grenade. And with the wall down, we've got another token.
Hop in my pocket, little token.
All right, here we are at the next token site. If you open up your map, I'm right here, sort of in the middle of the big water feature in the bottom left corner of the map there. And what we are going to want to do, so you're going to see this big elephant statue. And if you look at this pillar right in front of the statue, there's this big hole in the ground. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to dive down into it. And there's this cave that the camera will direct you to. Swim inside the cave. When you come up in on the other side, you'll be able to climb out and grab the token.
You've waited hundreds of years for me to find you.
All right, so the next token is right here, pretty much directly next to where we were. You can see it's pretty much dead north of that last token. So we're going to hop out, and
let's get a closer look.
Another one of these areas where you have to fight a bunch of enemies. So go ahead and clear them out. You have to climb up this big old thing right here, then you can fight the enemies at the top of it. So if you take out one of the enemies, they should drop a Metler M30. Go ahead and grab that. And up here are a couple of guys that have these RPGs. Make sure you grab one of them for a kill with this later. We will need this weapon as well. Alright, and with the enemies cleared out, there's this weak wall over here by where the thing is located, the thing that you can inspect.
Okay, let's do this.
And to clear this wall, you can use a grenade if you have it. You could use an RPG, but if the area still has some propane tanks, feel free to grab one of them, chuck it over, and then just use your pistol. Can't see it, don't want to get exploded by it. Use your pistol to blow it open. And there is your token.
Hey, fancy a ride in my pocket?
All right, here we are in the next part.
Take a load off. I'll be right
Can
back. Go ahead.
hop out, and if you look at the map, we are all the way now in the very top left, the northwestern part of the map here. And once you jump out, you can see there's another area to climb, sort of to the left of this statue. I think there's a horse. So if you come to the left here, you can climb up this way.
Really building up my calluses this trip.
And then once you're in this room, to unlock the barricade, turn to the right, and we have this large image of a horse to reassemble. So go ahead and solve this puzzle, and I'll see you on the other side of that.
As a wise old man once said, abracadabra cadabra.
And with the puzzle done, you can open up the gate and come over here for the token.
I'm taking you with me.
All right, so here we are to grab the final token. We're here on the map. It's another one of these where we have to clear out the enemies, so go ahead and do that. So as you're fighting the enemies, you should be able to find the Spizzati 12-gauge shotgun. Go ahead and pick that up. We need a kill with this as well. So with that area done, now you should be able to find this wall right here that had the token in it. There's a chance that this wall was never destroyed by the enemies, which means you can use a grenade or one of the propane tanks.
Well, they didn't get far.
Like that one there.
Good point.
If for some reason that has not happened, or if for some reason that has happened and they have already grabbed the token, like in my game, the truck right here with this lockbox in it, you go ahead and open her up. And once you open the lockbox, the token will be inside and you can grab that.
And that makes 11.
So now with all of the tokens found, you can head back in here to this map. Here it is on our map. If you forgot where we were at, it's where we found the first token. And what you can do now is you can slot all of them into this here. And once you back out of this...
It's a pretty penny back home, if I don't keep it.
Now what?
You'll get a trophy as well.
Something for you.
And if you read there, it says that it resonates when treasures are in the air, so it'll make a noise, it'll vibrate your controller. You can turn it off in the pause menu if you don't like it, but now that we have this, now we can go actually treasure hunting around the rest of the area before we leave. And now, go ahead and enter this new area that we just unlocked. You're just going to follow it through here. And then just keep going straight.
Look who's here.
Grey Langan.
Huh?
The Grey Langan.
Thanks, Jane Goodall.
And here are some treasures for us to grab, so go ahead and grab this one first. And then the one to the right. And then the final one as well. And with those treasures grabbed, head outside this area, and if you look at the monkeys here on this pedestal, you can interact with it.
Guys. Didn't bring any bananas with me.
Actually, monkeys don't really eat bananas.
And then you can grab the first optional conversation.
Oh, come on. Really?
I mean, they can, but they don't in the wild.
And then from here, you can walk down this way. And right around here, sort of where these fireflies are, should be, if you look upwards, there it is a photo opportunity. So go ahead and grab that.
The Grey Langurs. I like the way their faces are ringed with hair. Whoa!
So now once you exit the Monkey Temple back to the car, right here is another lockbox right at the base of this tower. Go ahead and unlock this one. And with that open, we can grab the treasure right here. And then make sure you grab this pistol as well so we can add that to our weapon collection once we get a kill with it. And then from here, turn left and there's another tower up this way, which we can make our way over to. Climb up here. And on top of this is another treasure. All right, here we are at our next stop. If you look at the map, we're not too far from where we just were. We're going to hop out here, and you can hear the bracelet.
I'll be right back. Go on then.
We have a treasure to grab, so you're going to be in front of this big stone elephant. You can see it right up there in its eye. Head up this way and grab another token. Or it's not another token. It is a coin. Sorry, it looks like a token, but it is a treasure. And now we can keep going. And after that has been grabbed, head over to this truck nearby. And inside the truck should be another lockbox, so go ahead and pick that. All right, here we are at the next part. You can see the elephant. He's right there, kind of right beside us. We really haven't come far. I can show you here on the map. Here we are. And what we're going to want to do from this waterfall is we're going to want to head to the left. And then once we get up top, come on, truck. You can do it. Take the rock. Once you get up top, turn right. We're going to cross the waterfall and follow this path. And right there on the ground is another treasure.
Wait a second. Sure, yeah. I'll wait.
And if you just want to look, this is where we are on the map. So go ahead and grab that. Okay, so here we are at sort of the, it's kind of hard to explain. There's a big waterfall right here that goes down. I'll show you. We're close to a fort in the bottom right corner there, but yeah, this treasure's a little interesting. So the reason we're down here is because we want to get out
Sit tight.
and get back to the truck. So you can actually run straight up this river right here. And as you go, you can just barely climb onto this rock. She doesn't actually climb. You have to, like, jump on it. It's really weird. She won't climb up the rock for some reason. There we go, just like that. And then you can run along this cliff side and grab the treasure. Now, you could slide down from up here, but if you do that, there's no easy way to get to the truck again. And you just might have to restart the checkpoint, which will put you all the way back where you were. So, anyway, however you decide to do it, make sure you grab this treasure. All right, so now we are at the first of 3 temples for us to do. It's right next to where we just were, kind of all the way in the bottom right corner there is where the entrance is. And when you look up at this...
It's Ganesh's trident. Matches the symbol in the tower. Ganesh, remover of obstacles.
You can have another conversation.
That's very good. Oh, well.
All right, so here we are now in the Trident Fortress area. And what we need to do is actually 2 different things we're gonna accomplish here. First things first, we need to pretty much fully complete this area without being detected. You can be seen by enemies, you just don't want to be completely taken out of stealth. And then the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna stealth take down 15 enemies straight. So kind of go hand in hand. I'll let you get to work on that. All right, as you're working your way through the enemies, there is a Type 95 that you can pick up as well. Make sure you grab that so we can get a kill with that later. And don't forget to mark enemies too. We still need to get 30 marks but it also really helps with stealth, so you can stay out of their sight. Alright, all the enemies taken out.
Okay, that's not
Without being seen, you get to the door and you get the trophy.
No.
Alright, so after you are done with the area, you can exit out. And when you get here, there will be another truck with another lockbox, so go ahead and pick this one. Alright, so now we're back in the Jeep. From here, we're going to follow the waterfall down, stay to the left, keep following the falls, stick to the left, and right here is like a little cave.
Learned quickly enough I needed to let people... Sorry, I need a moment.
Hop out and grab this treasure. So, get back in the Jeep from this treasure, drive down, and you can cross this waterfall, stop about halfway through, and there's another treasure here on this rock. And back in the truck again. We're going to make our way all the way down the falls. You can actually just drive straight off the falls like that. Come around this way, and we can hop out.
Sure, go ahead.
And right around here somewhere, I don't remember exactly where it is, these fireflies, yes, right here is a photo location. Alright, from the bottom of the falls, if you head left, there's this little structure right here that you can see. If we just drive on up to it, we can hop out. I'll just show you the map real quick just so you 100% know where we're at. You can see that right there. And then you can climb up and grab the treasure on the ground. Alright, back in the Jeep. We're going to want to turn around, and then we're going to follow the left wall essentially until there's a gap. So keep following, and then right around this corner should be a gap right here. Through this gap, if we keep looking to the left, we'll find this little area to drive in. And while we're up here, we can stop, hop out.
Excuse me a moment.
And here we are on the map, sort of in this little crevice in the wall you can see. And then we'll head over and grab this treasure. Okay, now here we are.
Do you mind waiting a minute?
You have already cleared this area out if you've been following along to get the tokens. You can see we're in the bottom part of the map there. This was, I think, the 6th token that we grabbed. It's the one that had the turret. You can head up towards the turret. And in the corner here is another lockbox for us. And now, after we grab that lockbox, we're going to go back through this wall area again. You can climb up here. And there is this statue that's facing this way. And there's a photo opportunity right here. All right, next we are here with this puzzle again, where we got that token from last time. We're in the bottom left corner again. You can, if you remember, you can come up this way to start the swinging section. That's what we'll do. And we can go ahead and attach the rope and start swinging across again. Here and this one. And now we can jump off here, be careful not to fall, and grab this lockbox. Alright, now we're back here by the big carved elephant again. I'll show you on the map once more. Right in the middle of that big water area. And if you approach it, you can see some bugs right here, which means it is a photo opportunity. All right, so from the elephant, if you kind of go in the direction that it's facing, back over this way, heading towards this tower, there's actually a little path that we can use to carve upwards on the mountain. And then we're going to turn the corner right here. Before we get too far along, there's a little outcropping. We want to stop before that, look towards this mountain.
I can wait.
And there should be a photo opportunity. Yeah, there it is, right here. Go ahead and do that. And once that's done and you're back in the Jeep, we're going to keep following the path that we started on. We're going to take a left instead of going straight. And you will wind up back here where we fought all of those enemies before. You can stop. Hop out.
You got it.
And here we are on the map. Oh, it's really blurry. Let me see if I can fix that. Hang on. We might need to be in the light or something. There we are. You can see where we're at on the map. And there is a lockbox here for us to do. So do that. And with lockbox open, grab the treasure as well. All right, so we headed across the bridge here to the fort with the bow on it. Once you reach here, you can hop out before you get into the area. And there is a lockbox for you to grab right here by the truck. And then from here, we can head towards the bow fort. And when you climb up, you can take a look at this.
Up there. Parashurama's bow. Spotted this on the tower, too.
So, Parashurama.
Parashurama?
Parashurama. Right. Who was he again?
Okay. 6th avatar of the god Vishnu. A fearsome warrior.
And start the next conversation.
Trained in the martial arts by Shiva himself, but...
How are you so relaxed?
All right, I just got my trophy for marking all of the enemies, or 30 enemies, so make sure you're still doing that if you've stopped.
I'm keeping myself.
All right, so as you're fighting, one of the enemies here will have a Desert 5, which you can go ahead and pick up, whoops, and not miss 2 shots on. Eventually hit your shots, and there you go. That is another kill with another weapon. All right, with the enemies defeated, this is where you come into the area. You come in through here. And with, like I say, with the enemies defeated, you'll want to head over to the right. And then there will be this grapple that you can use. Use that, and you'll be able to get over to this side, and there's a lockbox here for you. All right, so next we're going to want to follow the river up from where we were. You can see if you follow the river sort of to the left side of the map and you just worm your way up, eventually you'll be here right at this, you know, right before the bridge, and there's these big trees with all the roots.
Beautiful out here.
If you drive up this way,
One sec.
you can hop out and there's a treasure sitting right here underneath the tree roots. All right, so get back in the truck, head under the bridge, and you can make your way up to the right here. And if you stop, there's these stone steps to the left.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
I'll show you where we're at on the map. And then at the top of the stairs, you can just climb up into this little like cave-looking area. Drop on in. Head on into this room, and sitting on this shelf is another treasure. All right, now back here where we grabbed that final token, you can hop out of the vehicle, and
I'm just going to take a look around.
in the truck up here is another lockbox. You may have already opened it to get the treasure from before. If so, that's fine. If not, go ahead and open it now. And there's also a China Lake in here as well. We haven't gotten a kill with that yet, so we'll go ahead and grab it. All right, so from the truck and the broken wall there where you would get the token from, there's a pillar off to the right, another truck over here as well. We're going to come around the backside, and right here is yet another lockbox.
All right.
Let me show you on the map real quick. So pretty close to where we just were, obviously. Then you can go ahead and do this one. Okay, so now here we are. We're pretty much right in front of the final axe temple that we have to do. But before we head inside, I'm actually going to hop out of the car.
I'm just going to take a look around.
And from this big tower thing, if you turn around and go directly south, there are these couple of stone pillars and these red flowers. And if you just push through here, you'll see a little outcropping. I'll show you on the map exactly where it is if you have trouble finding it. This is just kind of confusing, or it's a little awkward to find. So anyway, go ahead and find this area and grab the treasure. Okay, so from where we're at right now, we're going to cut this way and kind of go across the waterfall right here. Big jump. And then once we hop out, you're going to be right here at like the bottom of the waterfall. It might be hard to see them, but there are some bugs right here, and we can look up and take a picture of the tower. Now, once you've gotten that picture, jump back in the Jeep, and we're going to head back up to this area where we got a token from earlier. We'll go across the way and park.
I'm just going to take a look around. I'll be here.
And if you remember, we went up this way here. I'll show you on the map again, just so you know. We're in the top left corner. We went up this way to get the token the first time. And if you're over here on the right, you can climb up this as well. And in the back is another treasure. And now, back in the Jeep yet again. We're going to follow the river and head towards the fort. You can cut down into here. And there is this truck. Get out of the truck. Or get out of the Jeep into the truck and open this lockbox. And with lockbox done, make sure you snag the treasure as well. And then from the truck, if you look at this waterfall and you keep heading to the right, there's a little tunnel cave looking area over here. We can make our way over yonder. And then you have to kind of go pretty deep into this cave. There it is on the ground. Yet another treasure for you to grab. Return to the Jeep, and we can drive our way up towards the Axe Fort, which is right here. Hop on out, and then up here we can do another one of these where we look at this.
Hey, look. Shiva's axe. Man. Glad I climbed that tower, eh? Shiva. He was the god of destruction, right? Yes, but maybe not in the way you're thinking.
And then get the last conversation.
Not literal destruction, then?
And now, in this encounter area, if you come up and fight, there are some P90s on the ground. After you kill those big armored enemies, make sure you grab one and take out at least an enemy, and we can mark that off the list as well. All right, now we're in the Axe Fort, and we need to do all of the trials in this area without getting hit. There are 3 separate challenges, and we have to do each of them perfectly. The nice part about this trial, though, is if you get hit and then you immediately come here, hit pause, and hit restart checkpoint, as long as you didn't initiate the pressure switches, then it won't count as you getting hit, and you can kind of just try again. And after you exit the first axe trial, you'll come to this overlook, and we can get the final collectible of the area, a photo opportunity, so make sure you grab that. All right, there we go. Again, use the checkpoint if you need to. Honestly, it's really not that hard. I, just did it pretty much in one go. Not pretty much, I did do it all in one go. First tried all of it. You just have to pay attention to the trophies, You have to pay attention to the statues, understand what the icons on the things mean, and just go slow. Don't rush it. There's no point in rushing it. And yeah, let's continue to move forward. All right, here we are in chapter number 5. You're going to make your way forward a little bit here. You'll be right in front of the 2 big statues, and you can jump down here.
On the stairs down. What's left of them?
And then once you jump down here, you're able to start a conversation with Nadine.
Any thoughts how we get up to the crown? Did you bring the helicopter? Left it at home. Oh.
And after the conversation, you can turn left and head across this cliff face here, and there's treasure on the ground. All right, keep moving forward, and we're getting closer to the statues. You'll have swung from this. It's the first swing point in the chapter. And then once you're over on this side, you're just going to want to work your way around here. And once you get up on this cliff, there is a photo opportunity right here of the waterfalls.
There, look. You can see some structures beneath the falls. You're right.
Now from this picture location, turn around and head over here. You'll be able to climb up this wall.
Up we go then.
And then once you reach the top, you can drop down here. And on the left is another treasure. All right, so after Nadine pulls you up onto the ledge from down below, she's going to start a conversation, and you can talk to her now.
He's more than happy to place them in your way if you think you'll benefit.
All right, so you're going to reach this point where there will be a little bit of a cutscene with Chloe and Nadine here.
Okay.
You'll want to walk away from Nadine and then walk back towards her when you get the prompt, and you can take another picture.
When are you going to be back here?
All right, so now once you've slid your way in from up top, you will see the projectile that made the big hole that you just entered. Go ahead and look at it.
Wow, nice shot.
Persians must have had a trebuchet.
And then turn around and talk to Nadine.
Trebuchet? Can't you just say catapult like a normal person?
All right. So you'll rope your way down from the top here. You'll come in through the very top, and you'll find yourself all the way down here. You can actually see the treasure we're getting ready to get. Just make sure, if you landed in the water or something, you'll have to climb back up using the stairs. But either way, jump down over to here, and you can grab this treasure between the elephant and whatever that is, the stairs. And now, once you've grabbed that, turn around, and we can walk to the edge of the platform, kind of where Nadine is standing, and there is a photo opportunity. All right, so you're going to crawl through a tunnel full of warrior bones and things like that, and then as soon as you exit the tunnel, you'll turn left, and in this big rock pile right here, big body pile, whatever it is, go ahead and grab another treasure. So next, you're going to open the door into this next room,
Some light.
and as you walk in, Nadine will say that, and all you have to do is talk to her.
Crypts and burials aren't really a Hindu thing. They generally...
And then once you land in this room, you'll see the 2 flaming pillars in front of you. You'll just want to run towards them, and then turn left after you make your way through. And in this corner here is another treasure. Okay, so here we are in this next room. Once you activate this thing in front of you, you'll get the shadow puzzle. And the shadow puzzle is pretty straightforward and pretty easy, but there is a trophy for doing it in under 10 moves. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the solution. So fair warning for spoilers, if you want to complete it on your own, feel free to do so. If you take too many moves, of course, come down here and do restart checkpoint. Okay, so this puzzle's really not that tough, but it can be kind of confusing when I'm explaining it, so just make sure you're paying attention. and doing exactly what I do here. So we're going to start from the crank. We're going to start over here to these grouping of handles on the right. And what we're going to do is we are going to pull the one farthest to the left. So pull this one first.
Let's see what this does. All right, that slid the piece away from me.
Its shadow moved too.
And then after you do that, you're going to move to this side. So we're going to go leftwards around it. And then we're going to pull the one in the middle.
Let's try this. Over you go.
Then we're going to move left again. So we're going to come over here to this side. And we're going to pull the one on the right.
I see what's happening.
The shadows moved move.
Right. So let's see if I can line them all up.
This actually looks...
And then we're going to go left again. And we are going to pull the one on the far left. Keep going left once more. And we are going to pull the one on the far right. And now we're actually going to go back to the right. And we're going to pull the one all the way on the right again.
Okay. What next?
Now go left. And pull the one on the left.
And now?
And then final move, go left here. And pull the one on the left again. And that should line everything up.
I think that's it.
Okay, so after you have activated the mechanism and you've made it to the top of the dam here, what you're going to want to do for a trophy is to jump in this water.
Come on. Don't have time to say Marco Polo.
What? Nothing.
And you'll just want to chill in the water for a moment and you'll get the Marco Polo trophy.
Yeah. Oh, it's got water up my nose.
All right, so as we're making our escape, one of the enemies will drop a Raffica. Sorry. We can go ahead and pick that up and should be able to pop a kill with it if Nadine doesn't take it. There we go. All right, so immediately after the encounter that you were just in, you'll be down here in this tomb-looking area. As soon as you spawn, turn to the right, and in this corner, there is a treasure on the ground.
Harmless or smart? Both. But he is smart. Was a doctor before he took up his course.
So as you're climbing out of this area, make sure you
So he
continue
left
to
behind
talk
a
to
lucrative career.
Nadine for
I'm sure
another
at one
optional
point he thought it was the
conversation.
right thing to do.
All right, you're gonna get here now, so you'll have slid down from here, and if you kind of look to the right, there's this mechanism to open the door. Before you do that, turn around and go opposite of the mechanism. You'll kind of drop down here. You want to run along the cliff face, and right here is another photo opportunity. Last one of the chapter.
This is how it looked to the Persians before they invaded.
All right, here we are now in Chapter 6. We are sneaking into the first encounter. Once you get here, you will see we have to contend with this APC that's driving around the area. And what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to blow that thing up. But for a trophy, if we can blow it up all in one go, we will unlock it. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to sneak around this area, gather a bunch of C4 from the crates around. I would say if you can gather 4 C4, stick them on different spots of the APC, and then detonate, you should blow the whole thing up, especially if you're playing on the easier game modes like we are. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, so I've gathered my C4, and all we really need to do is we just need to wait for the APC to kind of come around. We can sneak to where it stops to make it a little easier, but all you really got to do is just chuck it on there. Make sure you don't miss. Pick another one. Third. And the fourth. And now, just want to make sure that we don't get blasted by it. And we can detonate. And there it goes. It is
down. Let's finish up.
Destroyed. And trophy is hours in. A tire almost hit us. That was crazy. Alright, so with the area cleared of enemies, there are a couple of actual lockboxes that we need to pick. So this is where you're supposed to be. Don't turn this yet, but from here, we are going to turn to the right and jump down here. Once we're down here, we can head into this little alcove, and there's a lockbox right here. And now back here, this is pretty much right below where you're supposed to be. If you head straight, you can actually see it right there. There's the other lockbox waiting for us in that corner, so we'll go grab that as well. Alright, so now we're back on the main path. You'll walk down a bunch of stairs and eventually slide down this little rubble thing. And then once you get here, you're going to turn to the right. And over here to the right on the steps is another treasure. Alright, so keep pushing forward. You'll kind of crawl through this tunnel area. And then we're going to make our way over to the right and walk up these stairs. After you make your way up the stairs, turn left. And there's the treasure on the ground. Alright, so once you make your way to the elephants, you're going to want to make sure you stay pretty far away from them. Kind of back around this way, but if you head over here, there's a couple of bugs and you can take a nice picture before we move on.
Here.
And now after the picture is taken, we can move forward, but before we climb up there, turn towards the edge of the falls, and there is a treasure right here. After the treasure is grabbed, you can head up onto this ledge, and then pause for a moment.
Elephants are smaller than I remember. You're probably used to seeing African elephants. These are Indian elephants.
And then make sure you have the conversation with Nadine.
What's the difference? Smaller. Smaller ears.
And then after you have that conversation, just head up the stairs, and at the very top is a lockbox.
For us. Load up if you need it. Good call.
And then from the lockbox, you're just going to climb up this way. You'll want to jump across over to this one, and there's another photo for you to take. After you take the photo, turn back round to where you just came from. Jump across here, and we can attach our rope. Swing across, and don't make it, unfortunately. Swing across, grab that, and there's a treasure right here on the ground. And then once you grab the treasure, turn around, reattach, and we're going to go into that cave, but you can't really swing directly to it, or at least I've never been able to, so we're just going to go ahead and use this wall. Jeez, annoying. Won't jump. There we go. Once you jump up here, then you can just drop down into it. And once you crawl through the cave, the treasure is right here on the ground. Oops. All right, here we are in Chapter 7. As soon as the chapter starts, walk forward and take the picture.
Oh, looks like dwellings along the side.
All right, and I actually just popped a trophy that you get for killing 30 enemies with gold weapons. So you're probably going to get it throughout the playthrough, and the only way that you know that it's a gold weapon is if it is gold when you switch to it, right? All right, so in this encounter, you're going to make your way along here, jump to this, and then you use the rope to get over to this way. There will be some enemies in this section, so either avoid them or kill them, whatever you want to do, but you're going to want to run up the stairs. When you reach the top, jump the gap, and here is the one lockbox of the chapter for you. Alright, so here we are in the encounter. If you manage to bait in the guy with the big body armor, he'll have one of these, I think it's what, DHSK? Just a nice machine gun, heavy machine gun for you to use. Make sure you get at least a kill with it. Alright, and then there will be shotgun guys that drop. This guy has an S12 shotgun. Make sure you pick that up. and get a kill with it. Alright, so keep moving forward. Eventually you'll come to this area where you can head through this place with the waterfall. You'll just want to run along here.
Never thought I'd see a place more spectacular than home.
Crawl your way through.
The lure's hidden from the world.
And then when you emerge underneath this waterfall, turn right. You can jump across here to grab the treasure right here. So once you climb up here and you're in front of this massive entryway, you're going to make your way up the stairs. And there's this giant shrine with the tree coming out of it. You're just going to want to run around to the back side of it, and the treasure is waiting for you there. Alright, so you're going to drop down into this bath area, and from here, if you go left around this pillar and just sort of run through to the other side, jump over this wall, the treasure is waiting for you here.
There's some air bubbles coming up from the pool.
And then once you swim into this area here, instead of going right, you're going to want to head left first around this little rock. It's a little alcove right here, and the treasure is underwater, so dive down and grab it. And then from here, we're going to exit back out of the alcove and head over to the steps. And as soon as you get out of the water, right here to the left is another photo.
Huh, look there. The queen and her handmaidens.
And then Chloe will make a comment about the statues. Nadine will make a comment about the statues. Go ahead and talk to her.
Played a big role in Hoysala society, particularly the queens.
And then after you head up the stairs, you'll come into this large, sort of ornate-looking area. Once you get here, turn left and around the corner. And you're going to run all the way to the far corner here. In this tiny room is a treasure waiting for you on the shelf. And then from here, just turn around, head straight on. And if you look by these pots right here on the ground, is another treasure. So after you open that door and you head into this next area, you'll be able to walk up to this ledge.
Magnificent.
And take a quick picture.
All this grandeur hidden away from the world.
And now, with that picture taken, we're going to want to drop down into the water. And in the corner right here, we can dive and grab this treasure. Go. And then once you swim through this little tunnel area here and you get into this next room, before you head up the cliffs, you can go straight on into this little alcove, whatever it is. And sitting right here is a treasure. And then once you climb up to the top of the area before you head into the building, grab this photo op. All right, you'll make your way outside here where there's this nice fountain area, things like that. We're going to go ahead and swing on over. And once you land, you can climb up and then just drop straight down, and there's a photo opportunity for you. And then from here, turn left, and we're going to swim into the corner. And behind this pillar on the left is another treasure. And now, after another bit of a swim, you'll be in this massive room again with a huge statue. There is a photo opportunity. You just kind of have to run along towards the front of it. And right here, you can take another picture. And directly from here, turn to the left. And in this back corner, there's another treasure. You'll have to jump in the water, swim to the very edge, dive down, and it should be right here. There it is. Now return to the front of the statue again, and there's this dried pool area. You jump inside and grab another treasure. And then from here, head over to the right side. We're going to run a good ways.
Nothing to climb this way.
And then in the far corner is another treasure. There it is. Now, yet again, back at the center of the statue. This time we're going to head left. And there's a little climbable section right here. So we'll grab onto this, climb up.
Over here, Nadine. Copy that.
And then at the top, you'll want to head over to this archway. Climb up. And there's another treasure for you. Alright, so you're going to come across this wheel, which we can go ahead and do real quick.
Hand is moving. Be more specific. Right hand. Lower right hand.
And once you've moved that hand,
Enormous. But I just now noticed Shiva's got a king cobra for a necklace.
make sure you grab the conversation with Nadine.
That's Vasuki, a king of the Nagas.
Alright, so now we can go ahead and jump on the arm. And we're actually
Well, there's got to be more to
going
this.
to head
Just
over
need to figure
to
out
the
what
left.
it is.
Jump up here.
Coming?
I'm going to search the other side.
Okay.
And then you can jump over to this.
There's another crank up ahead.
Drop down into here. And you'll be able to climb up in and grab the treasure. Alright, so you'll want to climb up to this crank, but before you use it, you can run by it. Climb up here to this platform. And then all the way at the far end of said platform is another treasure. Alright, so eventually you're going to make your way up to this door, and there will be a crank here and also a crank down here. So before you do that, make sure you just kind of run along past it. You can run past this one as well. And then down over here, I guess we can't drop from there. It's easier to just drop here. And run down underneath. And on this pillar is another trophy. Another treasure. I don't know, I keep calling them trophies. Another treasure. Okay, so here we are now at the start of the light puzzle. You can see now that we've activated it. We can climb up here. We're going to turn this to activate the puzzle part, or activate it.
Thing it's holding.
And then
Prism.
after that, you're
Yeah.
going to want to jump down and
Came
wait
to
for
the
the
other two.
conversation.
You were right.
Of course I was. About what?
What you said, back in that place with all the statues and axes. Things always come in threes. 3 points of a trident, the light split into 3 beams, and Shiva's third eye.
And now we can talk to her.
You know about Shiva's third eye?
Yeah.
And now at the second statue, Nadine will take the mirror off the ground. And she's going to hold it up here. And when she does,
There.
You make a phenomenal statue.
Get over there. This thing's heavy.
Right.
when she does, you can go ahead and snap a picture.
Really?
Really?
Alright, so as we're making our way through the encounter here at the end, you can pick up this sniper from like one of the first enemies you encounter. Go ahead and take a enemy out with it, and that will count for yet another weapon. Alright, so right at the start of chapter number 8, Nadine and Sam will have a small conversation. You can head up to Sam and continue it.
By the way, thanks for keeping him busy for us.
And after the conversation, you can turn left. You're going to want to sort of shimmy across this rock right here. Jump up and grab the treasure. So keep making your way forward, and you're going to crawl through this sort of square-looking structure. Once you do that, before you head up and around, you can jump into this pool right here, and at the bottom you can see, she got stuck at the bottom, you can see there is a treasure for us to grab, so go ahead and do that. Okay, now we're at the top side of that waterfall. That's where we just were, down there. Once you're up here, you'll be able to slide down, and instead of jumping to the right, we can wait and jump to the left instead, and climb up this way to now grab a treasure right here. And before you go, we have a nice little trophy that we can grab. So that pool that we were just in, you need to do a dive from up here. You can, I think you can do it from either of the two platforms. Oh, we can't even climb up back here? There we go. You can do it from either of the two platforms, but you just have to dive into the pool, and you've got a trophy, so we'll go ahead and do that.
Cannonball!
Alright, so once you get to this metal grate section, Nadine will say something to you. Just make sure you talk to her.
Hey, thanks for not murdering Sam, by the way.
And now, from that conversation, right around here behind this rock is another treasure.
You know, I feel so much safer with her around.
And after you reunite with Sam on the other side here, you can go ahead and chat with him.
I never would have found you without her help, okay? Okay.
Alright, so now you'll be here. After you swing from there, you'll kind of slide down these gravel hills, and you'll land over here. Sam will leave the rope for you to climb up. Before you go up, though, head to the left side, and then you can hang off of this. And there are some sort of mossy handholds on this side that we can use to climb up and snag another treasure. Alright, so here we are in the cave. We've been ambushed by the shotgun guy. But there is this RKL 155 on the ground. Make sure you pick that up and take out an enemy with it. Alright, so pretty quickly there will be reinforcements into the fight, and one of them will have this USAN 12 auto shotgun. Make sure we pick that up and we get a kill with it at least. And after the fight is over, Nadine will be standing here at the entrance. Go ahead and talk to her. This is the final conversation of the game.
You all right?
All right, and once you are on the other side of those boulders, you'll take a little bit of a slide, and you'll be right in front of the final photo op of the game as well. So we should get a trophy for this too.
Nearly to the rail yard.
All right, so now after we've gotten that photo, we can turn around and begin climbing up here. And as we do, it takes a little while because these handholds are a little awkward. But once we get up to this ledge up here, you can see we could climb upwards, and we will in a moment, but let's climb down first. And right here on the ledge is the treasure.
I'm doing it.
Alright, so after you do this whole train tracks thing, and you get pulled up here by Sam, before you head up to where Nadine is, you can run into this little tunnel. You probably saw this treasure earlier, but you couldn't reach it. Now the treasure's just sitting right here on the ledge. Go ahead and grab it. Alright, so a little ways further, you're going to find this next rope section. You'll go ahead and grab on, and when you swing off, before you jump across, if you turn around, there's this little ledge down here that you can jump to. And a treasure sitting on this ledge below. And then you're going to want to come into the pause menu for this, and you can examine the skull. If you remember, or maybe you don't know, this is from the DLC of the original Last of Us game. And if you take a look underneath of it, you can see that it's the, what is it called? The fortune-telling skull. So you can use this, shake it around a little bit. It's just kind of cool. But make sure you grab the treasure, and we can keep going. Alright, here we are now in the boss encounter with the helicopter. I went ahead and cleared out all of the enemies in this area, and one of the kind of the cool things you can do is you can dip back into stealth after taking out enemies, so the helicopter's just not constantly shooting at you the whole time. But there are a number of lockboxes we need to get in this area, so we're going to go ahead and do those, and then we'll take out the helicopter. So from the start, we start up here, but you'll be able to just drop down onto this train car. From here, you can just follow the train, drop down, and in this first building is a lockbox to grab, so go ahead and do that. And then from this lockbox, we're going to head onto this little train with tall grass. And you can see there is a box over here. Sneak your way to this one. And now from this box, we're going to turn around and we're going to sort of go towards the middle of the area. You can see that there's this cylindrical, almost like a propane tanker looking thing. And then to the left of it is this lockbox in here. And then from here, turn around, head through this little open car, up the ramp, and the lockbox is here. And then finally, we're going to turn to the right, and there's this truck over here in the corner. And inside will be the final lockbox of the game. So let's go ahead and pick this, and we'll get a trophy for our trouble. And there we have it. All of them are done. Go ahead and take out the helicopter, and we can keep on going. Alright, so now we're here in Chapter 9. We have a trophy to do for ramming 10 motorbikes. And this is obviously the best place to do it. Actually, I think this is the only place to do it. I don't think you can ram motorbikes anywhere else. So just make sure that you are running them off the road. Should be pretty easy. They don't really do anything but get in your way. And there we go. There is 10 for us. Alright, so once you jump onto the train, you can, before you move forward, you can jump over the right side railing and then just follow the handholds and you'll be up on top of the carriage and you can grab the treasure. Alright, so pretty quickly you're going to make your way to this carriage here, kind of just this third carriage from the
Over here.
previous.
Yep.
You'll kind of go from one side to the other side like this.
Whoa, easy now.
And then once you reach the end, before you move forward, just make sure you grab the treasure that's right here. Alright, so you're going to be in this fight on the train, and this armored guy, about halfway through, will drop this Kerrigan 53 when you take him out. Make sure you pick that up and blast an enemy or two with it. Alright, so now we are getting a little ways into the section, and these jeeps are going to start spawning. And to get a trophy, we need to land a grenade inside of one of the jeeps. It shouldn't be too terribly hard. You might have to try a couple of times. There we go. That one should work. And we can get a trophy for our trouble. So another trophy we have is to commandeer 6 of these jeeps by kicking the driver out. So what they're going to do is they're going to drive close to you. You can jump across, and then you can knock the driver out. And the hard way to do this is to do this just, driving around and jumping from vehicle to vehicle. Or what you can do instead is to restart the checkpoint, move up when the vehicle starts spawning, and just do this over and over again. Just do this 6 times. Kick the driver out. And that'll count as 2, and just do this 6 times until you get the trophy.
Good news? No.
And there we go. You don't even need to really kick them out, I guess. I thought it would make you wait until you actually succeeded, but nope. As long as you jump to it, That will be enough for the trophy, so do that 6 times, and we can keep moving forward. All right, so once you bail out from the mounted gun, by the way, if you didn't use the turret before, that is obviously the place to use the turret. So once you get back on the train from there, we're going to move our way forward. Not this car, but the car
Trading the tusk for a bomb,
afterwards.
commandeering a train. Must have taken us 12 months to
And
plan
then
this.
move to
Making
the
it
left
all the
here.
sweeter. Won't we bollocks it all up?
We're just going to slowly work our way over to this treasure, the final treasure of the game, so we should get a trophy for this as well. All right, here we are at the end of the game. I hope you enjoyed the story and everything. We have a few things to clean up here in the post game, so let's go ahead and get to it. All right, so before we get to those trophies, let's go ahead and talk extras. We can come in here down to bonuses, very similar to what we did with the end of Uncharted 4. I would highly recommend unlocking unlimited ammo, and if you want to, bullet speed mode, certainly. And then, of course, we'll come into the weapons and unlock as many or as few as you like. Any weapon in here that you didn't use, you'll definitely want to unlock just to make it even easier for yourself. So go ahead down the list and do that. Okay, with bonuses sorted out, we have some miscellaneous combat stuff to do, so we're going to go ahead and get started on that. Come down to Encounter Select, and we are going to start in Chapter 4. We're going to do the Trident Fortress first, and we can play on Explorer. Now, once you load in, you're going to want to give yourself, come into bonus, give yourself the silenced pistol. And what we are going to do is we need to get 10 headshots in a row. You may have already gotten it during your regular playthrough. If not, this is one of the best places to do it. And the silenced pistol just helps us do that. So you have enemies not shooting back at you. You don't have to rush. You can just pop enemies at your leisure. All right, there we go. That's 10 in a row. There are just enough enemies in this area without helmets that you don't have to worry about killing the ones with the helmets. All right, after we're done with that, we are going to come back into Encounter Select, and still in Chapter 4, we're going to go to the Forest Outpost for the next one. Again on Explorer. All right, here we are in the encounter. The only annoying thing is that we need the Jeep for this, so we have to run all the way over and grab it real quick. But fortunately, once we get there, we can restart the checkpoint. I'll see you over by the Jeep in just a minute. Okay, we've made it to the Jeep. Now you can jump on in. And what we're going to do is we are actually going to go ahead and, once the Jeep is active, we're going to go ahead and hit restart checkpoint. And now the goal of what we're trying to do is we need to, within 20 seconds, we need to run an enemy over with a vehicle. We need to kill one with a long gun, kill one with melee, and kill one with a grenade in that specific order. So, obviously, we need to start with the vehicle. If you head up over to the left side,
I'll keep an eye out for them. Hold on. There's cars all over there.
you can absolutely hit one of these, then jump out quickly, and pick a sniper or an enemy, whatever. You take out with the long gun, then melee, and now throw a grenade at someone, and you should be good to go. There we are. Make an entrance is ours. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is actually a driving challenge. It's a speed run that we're going to do in Chapter 4. So you actually have to come into Chapter Select, pick Chapter 4, play on whatever you like, and then you can make a new save if you want, however you want to do it. I'll just meet you in Chapter 4. All right, so we are going to meet here at this temple. And if you don't remember where this is, we are all the way in the upper left part of the map, and we have to make the trip from here to the bottom right forest temple and back in 3 minutes. It is really not as bad as it sounds. It's pretty straightforward. I'm going to just drive it so you can follow me. It's much easier than me trying to describe and draw the map. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. So again, we need to do this in 3 minutes or less.
Roll.
You start from up here, and this is exactly where we will end. So let's get started. Don't, what happened there? There we go. Let's go. Don't forget that we can easily jump over cliffs and stuff. That's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to start with this. We'll roll down this muddy hill, and then we're going to cross the bridge. And upon crossing the bridge, we're going to sneak through this little entryway to the sort of the main area where the tower is. And now we want to stick to the left here. Pass by this. And there's a little entrance that we can take right in here that we can sneak through that lets us cross this bridge. And this is where I deviate from that map a little bit. The map kind of takes some more direct route. I think it's much easier to come this way.
Yep.
Pass by the truck. And then we are going to skip a lot of the nastiness of going up this hill by curving around right here, going up this rock. And then we are going to take this little side path as well. No mud, no fuss. And then we're just going to take a direct route from here. Oh, got stuck. We should be able to squeeze through here. It's a little awkward. We'll go around. You have time. You go around and then just take the direct route from the river up to this place. And here we are at the temple. So now we can do a U-turn around the truck. And we are going to bomb our way down the waterfall. Pretty much take the exact same path that we did, but feel free to jump it. Jump off this one as well. And the bridge that we took is over this way. So we'll just want to climb up here. Take the bridge back. And just keep barreling straight through. You can see how easy this path is. Stay to the left here. And we'll eventually, if we keep going straight, we'll find our shortcut through here. A little bumpy, but again, we have plenty of time. Now we take the bridge, and we are pretty much home free. It's just up the hill. We have to climb right here. And you don't even need to be directly in front of it. I think you just need to be in the general vicinity of it. You just kind of turn left over here. And up we go for the trophy pop. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Let me know what you think of the route. I think it's pretty easy. And that is it for this trophy. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so now for the next bit, we need to go to the only encounter in Chapter 6, the APC fight. Let's head over there. Alright, here we are at the start of the encounter. The goal of what we are trying to do is we need to gather up some C4, maybe 2 or 3 pieces, and then meet Nadine where she's at the top of the area. Don't kill the APC yet. We will save that for later. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we've made it up here now with Nadine. The APC is still alive. We have 2 C4. It really shouldn't be too hard for you to sneak your way up here. You might even get the silenced pistol along the way. If not, you can always give it to yourself. But a little bit of setup for this trophy. I would highly recommend taking out this guy up here. He is a huge pain if you don't do it. So you can swing up there if you want. Again, I would recommend that you stay stealth so you can set this up, but wait until he walks in frame, take him out, and now we're going to come down to bonus, give ourselves the RPG. Okay, now we are ready with the RPG in hand. What we need to do is we need to take out the APC, and we need to get into position to throw a C4 that kills 4 spawning enemies at the same time. You get 1 chance per encounter, so make it work. So let's go ahead and we'll take out the APC first, which you can do with a couple of shots from your RPG. It only takes 2 shots, so it's not too bad. So there's 1, and the second, and now you're going to want to stand here sort of on the left side of this. I find it easier on the left. Come into bonus, I would highly recommend putting bullet speed mode on specifically for this. And now we wait for the transport to spawn. Here it comes over the cliff, and you're going to throw this C4 to land and stick to one of these enemies. It's gonna be kind of tricky. There it goes, and now explode it inside the truck, and you should get all 4 of them. It's pretty annoying. Best of luck to you. But there we go. Once you get it once, you don't have to do it again. All right, and with that done, we can restart the checkpoint. And the enemies will spawn here, so you can see why you only get 1 per encounter. But now, we can fortunately just start taking out the enemies here, as we need 20 kills with the C4, so just do that and keep restarting. And there we go. There is all 20, and we can move on. All right. Next up, the next encounter we want to go to is chapter number 8, the helicopter fight. And you want to make sure that you play on Explorer. All right, here we are in the encounter. Immediately come to the bonus menu. Head into weapons. Give yourself the RPG. Make sure that you have infinite ammo on as well if you don't already. And now the goal of what we're trying to do is to take out the chopper without killing any of the other enemies. So we need to hit it twice with the RPG and then latch onto it from the bottom. And if you're fast right at the beginning, you can actually hit it with the RPG from range, which will count as a hit. And then if you wait down in this area, the chopper will make its way over towards you. You can kind of avoid the enemies not taking a bunch of fire. You can feel free to shoot at it if you want. Eventually it will make its way to you. And there we go, we hit it again. And now it's coming over this way. Make sure you don't die. And I fell into the river. What happened? Now, shoot it with your rope. Climb aboard, and that will be it for this trophy. There we go. After a little bit of that cutscene, you get right under your nose, and we are good to go. All right, staying in the chapter, we need to come to gameplay modifiers again. Make sure you turn infinite ammo on, and you can give yourself any weapon, any automatic weapon you want. We need to get 20 hip fire kills and 20 blind fire from cover kills, and this is just a great area to do it because there are so many enemies. So we're going to start with hip fire kills. We're going to keep, let me turn at least the camera assists off, but we're going to keep lock on, and we are just going to literally hip fire until we get 20 kills. All right, there we go. That's 20. All right, and I went ahead and restarted the encounter again. And now I would recommend that you give yourself something a little bit better as far as does more damage with less bullets. I would say the Desert 5 is a fantastic weapon for this trophy. You're just going to want to jump down here, sit in cover, and fire at enemies blindly. All right, there we go. 20 kills from behind cover, and the trophy's yours. All right, let's head now to Chapter 9, the train ambush encounter, and we can again play on Explorer. All right, here we are at the start of the encounter. Come in here, give yourself the silenced pistol, just to make it a little easier. You'll want to jump across to this first carriage.
Well, we still have the element of
Move up, and you're going to want to do your best to take out these enemies where they can't be seen. And the reason we're doing that is because we need to kill the other enemy, that big armored guy. We need to kill him by removing his helmet and meleeing him to death. In stealth, rather. You can't be seen. So when you come up here, you stealth attack him, triangle, and then hit square again, That kills him, and now we can rinse, repeat that process, hit restart checkpoint. And you're just going to do this over and over again until you get 10 kills.
Oh, shit.
All right, there we go. After a little bit of a grind, you should pop it, and we can move on. Now, I have one miscellaneous weapon that I didn't find during the guide or during the run there. You may have found a pistola. I did not. They don't really spawn that often. I need one kill with this, so I'm going to go ahead and give it to myself, and then we should unlock that trophy.
Oh,
You can
shit.
give yourself just about
Company
every
here.
weapon that you need,
But we
with the
still have the
exception
elements
of the big, what is it, DKHS or DHKS, whatever it is. There we go. That is my final kill, and we get the trophy. So go ahead, grind out whatever weapons you need, and let's finish the game. We're almost done. Now, unfortunately, we did leave the final, other than crushing. Crushing's really not that bad. It's just you essentially have to run through the game, use your bonuses like you did in Uncharted 4. It should be pretty easy. But the only other miscellaneous trophy that we have to do requires us to play through the entire first part of the game all the way through Chapter 4. So that big area with the vehicle, we have to play through all of that without using a weapon or explosives on enemies. So you can use stealth, you can melee enemies, you can kill them in stealth, whatever you want to do. So what we need to do is hit new game, and when it asks you if you want to keep the treasures and player stats, make sure you hit no, because if you hit yes and you try to do this, it will not count when you get to the end. So hit no, play on, I would recommend Explorer just because it's by far the easiest. I'm going to turn these off. Hit continue, and then make sure you pick a different save slot. Don't save over your game. Save anywhere else. And then we can move on. So best of luck to you. Again, I mean, you can skip all the cinematics. You can do all that. Just make your way to the end of the game. I will show my completion of this trophy. And yeah, have fun playing through the beginning part of the game again. And there we go. As soon as you enter into this large area, you will pop the trophy as long as you didn't attack a single person with a gun or explosive. And now all that remains for us in this game is to finish crushing. So we are going to go and do that. All right, we have one final task to do in this game, and that is to beat it on crushing. So I'll give you a couple of tips. I would highly recommend that you play, of course, with, I'm going to say it again, I feel like I've said it 100 times in this guide, play with infinite ammo on. You can play with bullet speed mode if you so desire. Make sure at all points in the game you are constantly giving yourself weapons, and my number one big recommendation for weapon is the silenced pistol, and it is for one reason only. Well, it's two reasons. Three reasons, I guess. The silenced pistol not only is one of the most powerful weapons in the game, it also has very fast reload speed and a large clip, and it is the only weapon in the game when you use lock-on mode that will automatically go for headshots. I don't know, I mean, I get why they do it, but none of the other weapons do that. It's only the silenced pistol, so you can headshot enemies, and it makes it an absolute breeze to move through, so make sure you're giving yourself the silenced pistol. And then from there, all you have to do is just play through the game. There's no speedrun this time, so don't worry about that. Just come into story, hit new game, keep your stats if you'd like to, and then play on crushing, and I will see you when things are said and done, and we'll pop the platinum.
My God.
And there we go. The game has been completed on crushing. That is it for the trophies for Lost Legacy. And after everything, we have finally popped the plat. GG. I hope you enjoyed both Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy. but it's been quite the journey. I'm glad we were able to do it together. And that's it for the guide. I hope you guys enjoyed. It's our first time doing a guide on this channel for a full collection for a game, and that officially completes the Uncharted series on the channel as well. Of course, there have been rumors of a new Uncharted game. I will most likely cover that when it comes out, so if you appreciated these guides and you had fun with these Uncharted games, make sure you follow the channel, all that good stuff, share with your friends, things like that. And until our next one, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Private
Bye-bye.
collector. Huh? Just hear me out for a second. I understand taking the moral high ground, and that's great. It really is. I am completely on board for that. But if we could just...
Don't ruin the moment.